Hello, I would like to welcome all our viewers to this very special event in Weissenhaus. The Freestyle Grand Slam is the first edition what we are having here in 2025. Yesterday we had a very exciting game and we are going to be talking about all of this. But first I'd like to introduce our great team, the Grandmaster Studio. So first I'd like to introduce Peter Leko, who is here with us, and I'm very happy you're here.
Thanks a lot.
And I'd like to introduce Nicholas. And thank you very much that you're here again. A great Grandmaster who was showing us yesterday also all the very small details, broke down some exciting ideas of what was happening yesterday. So how do you feel for today?
Well, I think it's kind of a judgment day. That's how I call it. Yeah, whenever the players are fighting to stay alive, yeah, it's all at cost. I mean, the 8th place is so important. Yeah, to stay in the game, to have the chance potentially to win the event, and have a very good first start of the tour. And there are many players in the danger zone.
What does that mean? Let's unfold it a little bit. What is the danger zone? Basically, we are here in the qualification preliminary of having 8 players who will qualify for continuing the event tomorrow, right?
Yes, in a knockout format. Yeah, so then we start with the quarterfinals, and the players who finish 9th and 10th place, they will play a mini match for the 9th place.
Yeah, so there are a lot of excitement coming up for today, because yesterday I think some of the players had huge upsets. There are, of course, Sindarov was the guy of the day, we can say, I think, and the upset was Magnus Carlsen, I think, without revealing too much, we can say that. What do you think about Magnus's performance yesterday?
Well, to be honest, I don't recall, or did it ever happen that he lost 3 games a day? It's just unheard of. Yeah, he also won 2 very good games against Hikaru and against Vincent, but yeah, those 3 losses and 2 blunders in opening stage in 7th and 8th move, very uncharacteristic for him, but we know exactly that when it comes down to business, then he's always able to show his best. So I'm actually expecting him to start very strongly today and make sure that he's not getting into this very nerve-wracking last rounds.
So let's see the pairing of today for what's going on in round 6, the first matchup of today, because it is going to be very exciting. Fedoseev, who did not go so well until this point, but he had a crucial win over Magnus, right? So he plays with Firouzja Alireza in the first game. Then Magnus plays against Abdusattorov. What do you think about that match? It's not going to be easy for him.
Well, absolutely not. Abdusattorov is a beast. He's very strong, very ambitious, and also with a lot of self-confidence. He does not care against whom he's playing on, but still, I believe that, yeah, we're going to see the A Magnus. Yeah, he needs to strike at the very beginning to make sure that he's not getting under too much pressure. Well, all the matches, Caruana, Gukesh, Sindarov, Nakamura, Keymer, Aronian. Actually, Keymer, Aronian is super important for the qualification because both players are in the danger zone. And Sindarov, let's see if he will be able to continue his fantastic run against Hikaru.
Well, we are going to see a lot of excitement, but let's see the recap of yesterday. How was it and how it unfolded?
What a successful start to the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour 2025 in Weissenhaus. Even bigger, even better, even more impressive. The best chess players on the planet are fighting for the prize money of $750,000 US, a new era in the history of chess.
I'm very, very happy that we're getting the tour going this year.
I think it's great to be back, and I'm excited about the tour.
Yeah, quite excited to play the 960 event after the classical chess that I've been playing.
I'm excited to play against the best players in the world.
It's like a Disneyland for me. I'm extremely happy.
Yeah, I can't wait to get started.
The Freestyle Chess Grand Slam breaks new ground. Chess is staged at the highest level for a global reach of millions. All games are streamed live on the internet, in the community, and pro stream. For the first time, successful YouTubers, podcasters, and content creators will also be on site at the luxurious Weissenhaus Resort. The focus is on the players.
That is for us the most important asset. The players, that they are happy, they feel comfortable, so they can play their best games.
Brilliant and exciting games on the first match day. Magnus Carlsen, Gukesh Dommaraju, Hikaru Nakamura, and Vincent Keymer, and the opening day on equal points. Fabiano Caruana and Javokhir Sindarov in the first two places. Both won their games against Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, it's great. I would expect that 4.5 would be clear first, but Sindarov is also doing great.
Today was going very good for me because I was score 4.5 after 5.
Day 2 in the round-robin stage will bring the biggest game of the year so far. The world champion against the number 1 in the world, Gukesh Dommaraju versus Magnus Carlsen. Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour 2025, the Formula 1 of chess. Stay tuned.
So it was a lot of excitement yesterday, and I think it's worth checking the standing, how we are right now after day 1 of the first leg of the first Grand Slam here in Weissenhaus, because if we will see the standing, there will be some things which the players are not very happy about. We are seeing Magnus Carlsen, world number 1, and Gukesh, the world champion, sharing there the same number of points, both probably incredibly unhappy. So what can we say about this? Caruana, what kind of tournament he has so far, Peter?
Well, Caruana has a fantastic tournament, 4.5 out of 5. And I think he had this game against Alireza Firouzja. Last night I went during the dinner to Fabiano, congratulated him for this fantastic first day, and then he revealed me a fantastic backstory that game against Alireza, actually the same position was featured in his training blitz game in the morning with his second, exactly the same position, and there we have seen some fantastic preparation by Fabiano, and he got a clearly better position. Finally the game was dramatic, so not the opening decided it, but it was fantastic. And I also wanted to tell him that, you know, that Sindarov is putting the pressure on you, Fabi, because he mentioned in our broadcast, in the interview, that he's learning so much, and thanks to you, he's having this wonderful event.
Yeah, well, Sindarov had an amazing start yesterday, 4.5 out of 5. And the last game was especially very beautiful, the way he outplayed Magnus. What do you think, Nicholas, about that game and his performance? He's a very young, talented player. He actually got into the tournament by chance in some way instead of Anand.
Yeah, it's a beautiful story. Sindarov, only 19 years old, coming here as a replacement of Vishy Anand, and then having such a performance on the first day. We see here he scored 2 wins with white, 2 wins with black, 1 draw, which gave him the lead together with Caruana. But even the draw against Gukesh, he could have won. He could have made it 5 out of 5. And just an amazing performance from him. He is already qualified. Now it's just about getting one of the top spots, because the top players after the round robin can decide who they want to, they can pick who they want to play from the second half. So the first player can make their pick who they want to play of the players 5 to 8. So Caruana and Sindarov will definitely battle it out for the first place, and just beautiful to see the story, Judah, with Sindarov here, coming in as a replacement, having such a great start to the tournament.
Yeah, and he's only 19 years old, and you can see how enthusiastic he is, and we can see the freshness, the way he sits there, his ideas. I looked again this morning, the games he plays, so a lot of interesting stuff. And so what do you think, Peter, about the bottom part? Basically, we see Fedoseev, who was qualifying from the online qualification, and we have Aronian, who must be very upset, and probably he is not someone who is looking this cross taper right now.
Definitely, yeah. He has to forget about the standings. He has to show his absolute best with perfect concentration right from the very start, from the very first move, because one mistake, yeah, if he loses the first round, for example, then it will be very difficult. On the other hand, if Fedoseev or Aronian are able to score at the beginning of the second day, that will give them big motivation. They will put the pressure on Vincent, on Hikaru and Gukesh and Magnus, because they are coming from behind. So I believe actually the very first game of today will already kind of determine the fate of many players, and whether they can feel a little bit safer, or they know that till the very last second they will be in the mud, in the danger zone.
So what do you think, how much the players who are absolutely not standing the way they would expect themselves to be, like, for example, Nakamura, he's a former world champion in freestyle, right? So what do you think, what is he going to be coming up to completely change the course of the tournament for himself?
I think also psychologically it's very important for these players who are now in the bottom, that yes, that was the first day, it was kind of difficult, it was rough, I need maybe some time to warm up, but if they survive the day and then they get to the knockout stage, I think then they will get a second life. And those players who barely qualify will actually maybe be much more dangerous, yeah, because you feel like you came back from the dead, while those who are now dominating the event, they are in the comfort zone, everything is nice, they are not yet ready for the big challenges. So this we have also witnessed last year, that those top finishers in the rapid section then actually were struggling in the second half. So there is no guarantee also in the rapid section, the randomness, yeah, that the players don't have time to really make up their strategy. They have to let go and make a move even if it's not the best and so on. I think that Hikaru just thinks that, okay, let me survive this day, let me qualify, and then we will see what I'm capable of.
Well, we are just going to see the drawing, which position game number 6 is going to happen. But in the meantime, until we see it on the screen as well, which is quite spectacular, what do you think for the players, what can go through on Aronian's mind, for example? Is he going to be burning bridges completely already in game 1? Or he might have a strategy that, okay, I don't want to burn everything, but I just cannot lose, and I'm just still collecting some draws and even win one, and I'm back in business and I qualify?
Well, knowing Levon's character, I don't think that he's thinking about draws. That's not his kind of way of mounting a comeback. He definitely wants to get his game going, get the confidence, because Levon with the confidence is a completely different player.
Okay, so let's listen what's going on stage before the drawing.
Just you, Alexandra, please give her a warm round of applause. I guess I will pull out the table and you can stand at the bottom and you'll give it a shuffle and pick one. Whenever they are ready. 588. Thank you very much. And that's it. We'll see the position in a second. Let's see. Thank you, Alexandra. So that's the position. Good luck to the players and enjoy.
So we are back here in the studio. Very exciting. What is position number 588? So this is the first question mark in our head, and I think also for the players. The players will have 10 minutes to discover what ideas they have in mind. And there are two teams set in different parts of the hall, the playing hall. On one team who is playing with the white pieces, they can gather together and think about it, talk and chat and give ideas. Usually, as we've seen yesterday, it seemed to be a lot of fun. And Sindarov was saying that for him it was a great help what Fabiano was giving. So small sleight of fortune for him that they are playing with the same color. And of course the other side analyzing with the other color. And this is what we have. Finally in the tournament, for the first time, we have the king on e1, which we have for centuries.
Yes. It feels harmonious, right? Okay, so we know exactly that, yeah, now short castle, king from e1 jumps to g1. So the bishop from g1 needs to be developed in order to be able to castle short to the king side. And if the knight from d1 next to the king moves away, then white is ready to play the long castle towards the queen side to c1. Well, and we already see the players.
Okay, so we see now the players right now. They are, you can see that some sit on the side, which for me is quite unique. How can you understand the position from the side?
But wait a second, we see 5 players. So actually now 5 players are ganging up in one team. Very interesting.
Yeah, yesterday there were players who skipped this opportunity, like the world champion Gukesh was not part of the team, who wanted to discover. Magnus was someone very active, but later on towards the end in the final round, we could see that he wanted to be himself. But maybe we can hear them.
So it's kind of bad to black, somehow.
Okay, we can always castle very quickly, yeah?
Yeah, like this,
But why is it bad? Let's say b6 and I try for d5.
Yeah, with bishop f7 castles, it's probably fine.
Try for quick d5.
Knight e3 maybe?
Let's say d5.
You want to play d5 anyway? Trade.
So what do you think about the first thoughts about playing the English attack style 1c4? The rook on c1 stands perfectly for it, and the b1 bishop gets immediately open up the diagonal. Though b4 could be a nice move, attacking on g7 immediately.
Yes, and I love the fact that after c4 they automatically put the pawn on c5 with black, played the symmetrical move, and then suddenly the question appeared, but wait a second, after c4, b6, is that a nice inclusion, hitting the pawn on g2, and then it's a little bit awkward for white to defend, but just one very nice line, for example, c4. No, I wanted to highlight that c4, b6, f3, c5, bishop e4 almost traps the queen, but the knight can jump to c6. So yeah, lot to pay attention to.
It is very interesting for me that how the best minds in the world can switch from the very regular pattern which they know and learned for decades in their life, and how fast they have to be switching to realizing and discovering new ideas, right? I mean, immediately the g2 pawn is sensitive, or the g7, so that's why I would go b4 intuitively if I have to make a move myself. What can you do after that? f6?
Yeah, well, we have actually seen that Magnus likes this f3 move, so probably then he also likes f6. Because bringing that knight from h8 eventually to f7, but at this moment, of course, it will stand in the way of the g8 bishop. So there are no such recipes that, I already know the secrets of Fischer Random freestyle chess, because this f3 or f6, knight f2, knight f7 setup is so great. It all depends on all small nuances.
What do you think, Nicholas, about this? What is your feeling for it? What are the pluses and minuses in this position, already starting with white?
I feel like it's a more concrete position this time than what we've seen yesterday, because maybe for the first time it's possible to immediately attack one of your opponent's pawn with the very first move, going b3 or b4, hitting the pawn on g7. And black cannot just mirror, because white would take the pawn on g7, protect the pawn on g2. So that likely f6 or maybe knight e6 has to be played. And I feel like it might become quite sharp. Also maybe an idea to bring the knight to g3, f5, go after this unprotected pawn on g7, and the knight on h8 and the bishop on g8. Well, they don't make such a good impression, at least in the beginning. So I think we have a very interesting game ahead, and they're looking at all kinds of pawn sacrifices, Peter.
Well, I think we have only a few minutes until they have to go to play, so maybe we listen into the few minutes of them.
But you like to read
any kind of tactical possibilities, maybe rook f3 is the idea, rook e6.
Yeah, rook e3. Like rook e3. I said rook e3, yeah?
Yeah.
No, king d8.
Yeah, king d8, just...
Yeah, but rook e3, knight c6 and king d8 should be... I mean, black is completely winning, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're not winning immediately, then you just lose, right?
Also, like, now it's too much to
But
all this.
rook f3, c6, knight d e7, knight e7, rook e6.
I feel like it should be possible to
Maybe
get
it's
this pawn.
working for
Okay, so let's...
Anyway,
Yeah,
this looks...
normally.
So...
Probably c5.
But bishop e4 is very annoying. Like, you get your queen cut.
Ah, yeah.
Knight c6.
Maybe not,
Knight e3.
No, but we always have d4 after that.
Yeah.
This is natural or you want something faster?
Makes sense.
At some point then like, we can bring the knight.
Yeah, we can queen b1, yeah, g6,
Queen
d4.
b1, g6,
d4, yeah.
Should be good.
No, it looks good.
Black is going to get a lot of time in the future. Queen b7 followed by d5.
Or knight h7, knight e7.
Yeah, but
Also e5 is an option. This is a strange structure.
Yeah.
Well, won't this be just kind of equal after black plays d5?
Yeah, it's possible, yeah. Queen b7 I like a lot.
I don't know, as soon as he plays f6, how does he react to knight g3? Because putting that on e6 after that feels... Can we play this?
Maybe still g6.
But then we didn't even play bishop e4, and then we can just play d4, e4 and get the full set.
What's the like idea? What's the threat?
Maybe
Okay, now I'll just
c5
try to play d4 or something.
Wait, which one?
We also got
c5 for black.
Yes.
Because we need to activate the queen.
If before knight c6, I have at least maybe even d5 is possible.
Okay, how about
bishop g3?
Guess the knight should go here.
Yeah, and then...
c5.
Yeah, c5 is...
But c5 is tactically not good, right?
I think most logical...
Bishop e4... bishop e5, there's d5.
I think most logical start was play first move which b4, then f6, c4.
Oh,
Yeah.
But maybe f6 is not forced, right?
But b4 also allows b5, right?
But
sorry, f6.
yeah, f6 and c4. Yeah. Okay,
Yeah, but
then
then b5.
Yeah, maybe. But okay, I think this structure after c takes b5 was better for white.
Yeah.
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 But what about b4 c5? Are you sure it's going to end well if you capture such pawn?
I'm not sure also.
I'm not sure.
I kind of like starting with this actually.
I think it's way more solid, yeah.
Well, it was quite amusing for me to see the players, and I had a feeling that, I mean, this atmosphere usually you have in classical tournaments after the tournament, right? When all the stress is gone and everybody is so enthusiastic, and let's face it, chess is something where people, the players, like to think, and it's very hard to switch off our mind. And what I also saw that I think it's so beautiful to see the players have this curiosity.
Yes.
They want to discover, they want to show what is the best move, what is the best idea, how to start already, grab the initiative in the very beginning. We saw that b4, c4, there was the biggest discussion. And we see already some first moves getting on the board. So we take the bird's eye view and let's see Who convinced who? What is the best move? So far what we see, c4 wins. I'm curious if b4 will be happening in any of the boards.
Yeah, it was very interesting because I think Sindarov was saying that actually he might like b4, c4 more than c4 at once. But since all the players were analyzing c4,
Ooh,
they
5-0.
stick to it. Yes.
I think this is the first round where we see all the players starting with the same move. Of course, it's a very tempting move, right? b1 bishop opens up, and now the black queen opens up with b6, which probably we may see in some of the games.
Yeah, also I like that the move that attracted my attention, this against b6, f3, bishop e4, also caught the attention of Magnus. He loved it. But look at this, c4, c5, b4. They were talking about this. They were discussing it, and Vincent directly goes for it. Levon does not shy away from complications that we know. On the other board, for example, Fabiano, that was c4, f6, knight g3, c5. Okay, small little finesses. And Magnus against Abdusattorov, yeah? Magnus sticks to his f3, his favorite move, so c4, b6, f3. We might be seeing bishop e4. Magnus, no, first b4, okay.
There is a very interesting situation going on already between Keymer and Aronian, having a very active rook by Levon on c5. It might go on the 5th rank somewhere to be more powerful, don't you think so?
Well, also black is ready to break with some b5. Yeah, opening up the queen from a8, hitting the g2 pawn. It's a very double-edged situation. I'm actually not liking this scenario for Vincent so much because I haven't seen this position being discussed, right?
So let's pick one of the game. Which one would you like to pick, Peter?
Well, I actually wanted to ask Nicholas maybe that, Nicholas, you can make up your mind because we have been already discussing the positions. So please choose.
Yeah, I quite like that we first see how the different games develop in the first few moves, but I think it's time to focus on one game now, and I would like to see the game between Carlsen and Abdusattorov. Carlsen, after losing the last 2 games, he definitely would like to score and not have to worry about qualification. So he is definitely in the danger zone with 2 out of 5. He is on a shared 8th place right now, but of course he wants to not have to worry in the last few games. So, and Abdusattorov, he had a decent first day, but it could have been much better. He won the very last game. He is on 2.5. So let's see how this unfolded. I'm just going to take us through the first few moves. Here in this game between the two, c4, b6, opening up the queen, hitting the pawn on g2. So this is why f3 is played, also opening up the bishop on g1. Now f6 and b4, opening up the queen as well. f6, it also needed to be played at some point to protect the pawn on g7. And now knight g6. The knight is developed, knight to g3. c5 also playing in the center, and pawn takes c5. And this is where we are right now. This is the last move, and I'm noticing that, yes, on the big board, it's the wrong position so far.
It's classical
on the
chess.
Small board, it's the right position. So you should look at the position next to me here. This is where we have it correctly. I'm sure we will get this fixed very soon. And I'm trying to understand what happened now. Oh, he traded on g3. I think this is a big surprise. Bishop e4. Already you had to answer some questions against the queen. Maybe d5 should have been played. Instead, he takes on g3 with check to make space for the queen. But parting with this bishop early on, I'm not a big fan. And white should have a clear advantage now, going either bishop f2 or f4 in this moment. So it seems to be a good start for Magnus here. How do you like his chances, Peter?
Well, I would like to have the position, of course, on my screen, which unfortunately isn't working at the moment. So we have to, I think we should stick to Nicholas.
Then we just stick at my board and we can talk about it here while we get this fixed. So f4 was played. Yeah, let's bring this up again on the big screen. Judith, what do you make of this start of the game so far?
Well, it seems to be very straightforward, and centralizing the bishop on e4 can be very powerful. It seems like white has a great advantage, apart from the fact that I would be looking the bar on the side. It seems to be white has a good energy with the, doesn't matter that white has a double pawn on the g file, f4 is very powerful, taking away the e5 square. And so we'll see how it unfolds, but I have the feeling, seeing also Magnus's body language, I want to win. I want to show who is the boss. No joking around today. And so I think we'll see some interesting game, but maybe we can pick something else and look around in the bird's eye view so we can see also others, how it works out today, because every round has very strong influence of who is going to be qualifying and moving on for the quarterfinal.
And also the fact is that for some reason only the Magnus game is not working properly. Every other game I have correctly.
But technology likes to play jokes on people all the time.
Of course.
But there are a lot of things going on. For example, Nakamura's game seems to be extremely strange up to this moment. What do you think if we pick?
And a very special one, exactly. Let's pick that position because we haven't even seen that structure. I mean, it's a completely different structure. Hikaru went for this f6, e5 construction with the knight on e6.
But can you go back until move 2, please, Peter?
Exactly.
Because it is quite shocking that the engine already calls it the question mark, a bad move after f6. The move b4 was not suggested. Of course, we have to understand that, or didn't. I saw that b4 was kind of not the best move previously.
Yes, that's true, yes.
Right? So it is interesting and to analyze that, of course, when an engine says question mark, there are two options. It's either a blunder or it's simply not the best move and there is something much better than that move. So I don't think, I mean, b4 was not a blunder, right? It was a move, that's all. So...
Well, but it's very funny that Hikaru activates the bishop with a5, bishop a7. This is exactly what Sindarov did against Magnus yesterday, and that bishop turned out to be very powerful on that diagonal. Queen
At the same time, if you brought up already this game, it was a great example. You have to teach that maybe it never happened with Magnus before, or I've never seen it, that he has a passive piece, which was the bishop on b1, and practically it could never come out. Only when it came out, it was capturing something and the game was lost for him. So this harmony is very important also in this format of the freestyle of chess. And of course, having the bishop on a7 is a great eye there.
Yes, it's great eye. On the other hand, the queen on a8 is out of the game. And whenever you want to activate the queen with b6, that comes at a very big cost of burying your own bishop eternally. So basically it will be a big challenge in the future. So knight g3, knight e6. I like these harmonious moves. e3, and now Hikaru is taking his time. Wow, the computer actually likes white. Yeah, the black bishop got kind of beautifully activated on a7. However, really, what will happen with the queen on a8?
I wonder also that the white bishop on g1, to our regular, old, standard understanding of chess, it is something that definitely you say you never put the bishop in g1, right, when you want to teach chess. Of course, you cannot if it's not a starting position already, but for the moment, white is not thinking to activate that bishop. So far, he's kind of thinking on the other aspect of the game. Bishop c5, probably the idea is to bring the queen out finally to a7, or even black can play a5 and queen a4 and queen a5.
But again, Hikaru is always activating bishops way too early. Isn't knight e4, for example, now hitting that bishop? Where are you hiding? Are you going back all the way to e7 then?
You know, somehow I have the feeling in freestyle, that impatient players are in big trouble. Because when you see the position, suddenly you realize that I want to optimize my bishop in g1, I want to optimize my king, I want to get out from the corner with the queen. So which one is a priority? This is a big question. And I think this is where the players can go wrong very easily in the very beginning of the game.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, because as we already spoke, I also highlighted this, that you want to get the harmony, you want to get the perfect harmony, but if you prioritize one piece, it usually comes always at the cost of something else. Yeah, Hikaru goes bishop f7, a move that prepares the short castle, and black could, with his king from e8, jump to g8, and then get safety there, connect the rooks. And Nicholas, maybe now is the right time to jump to you. What are your thoughts? What is the truth about the position?
Well, my thoughts are I'm quite worried about Hikaru, honestly. Not just in this game, but also yesterday. It seemed like he was in trouble in every game that we saw, especially in the black games. He lost against Magnus in the first game, and he was lost against Gukesh in the final game. Ultimately, it ended in a draw. He is in the danger zone with 2 out of 5, and once again, he got a bad position out of the opening. It all started with the second move here. Aronian played c5 against Keymer, and that was the right choice. Instead, we see a5. The idea, of course, is nice to develop the bishop, but this is what makes freestyle chess difficult, is that you cannot just consider one piece, you have to consider all of your pieces. And as Peter has pointed out, the queen is just locked in on a8, and there's no easy way to develop the queen. As you can see here now in the current position, we see the white queen has a lot of space, a lot of scope, whereas the black queen, maybe it can go to a7, but even then it's not really exerting a lot of impact. And how are you going to get this queen into the game? The position is actually very good already for white. f3 was not the best move, but still, white can play bishop f2, castle, white has more space, and definitely a very pleasant position here for Sindarov, who might just score another win in this tournament, Judith.
Well, I think it would be too early to say that he's going to be winning, but as we see, his winning streak is there, and his optimism and the energy and the youth is there. Of course, he's not there who has an opportunity to play with the very best players so often. And contrary to Nakamura, who is the old-timer, one of the old-timers of the tournament, right? He's there for such a long time, and still, apart from the fact that he's one of the most famous streamer, YouTuber, he's also the #2 in the world. And he's very creative. And I think he was one of the person who is a great fan of freestyle chess as well, because he likes all this creativity and how to manage things in a way that it works out for him. I think this was actually a pretty good idea in the last few moves. He improved his position by bringing out the bishop and exchanging one of the bishops, because now we see that the knight from h8 can come out to g6, so it's going to be pretty okay. It can even come to h4. And the queen from a8, that's the only piece which bothers me quite a lot. So if that would come to, let's say, to f7, I would be kind of happy. But black can play even b6, and then it can come into the play. But still, that's the weakest link in this position for black, I believe.
Yes, one of the big questions for me is that where does white strike? Yeah, so idea of d to d4 comes to mind. Yeah, so in this regard, then white could eventually place one of his rooks to d1, like rook fd1, preparing d to d4, occupying the center, hitting that bishop, grabbing more space. Hikaru with his last move, rook f8, actually indicates that he's kind of trying to get ready for that. Idea by probably being able to capture simply on d4, takes, and then falling back with the bishop all the way back to f8, then his rook is already well placed on the open file. But for the moment, Sindarov uses a different strategy. He opts for knight c4. A little bit strange that exactly at the moment when black is able to fall back with his bishop all the way to f8, then he's attacking it, but Hikaru says, no, I'm not going to move it, and the move b6 on the board.
But I see the problem of black's position, even if it's not anything concrete that d4 is coming right now or move later, there is a huge problem for black. White has a great space advantage. And whether we play classical chess or we play freestyle chess, space has a really serious significance in game, right? And this is what we see right now, that white is optimizing his pieces. One knight on e4, the other one will go to f5. As we see it, the f2 bishop can optimize itself to h4 and to make more attacking moves. But of course, d4 is something which is inviting itself so much. So I don't think if we are giving away too much if we say that probably Nakamura would also rather play it from the white side. What do you think?
Definitely. Clearly, the good news for Hikaru is, however, that Sindarov has burned quite a lot of time in the early moves. That's why he got the advantage, actually, yeah, because if you rush things, then things can backfire. So he took his time, it was clever, but now he's also paying the price. He's only down to 3 minutes. We know that Hikaru is very tricky, he is very resourceful, he will be creating chances for himself, and it won't be a one-way traffic. Yeah? For example, if black falls back, I'm somehow liking this bishop retreat all the way to f8, and then if white pushes d4, what I have been already highlighting, that now with having played the move b6, there is this idea of ed, and going d7, d5, and after c takes d5, all of a sudden the queen could enter to the game with queen takes d5, getting a good structure, hitting the knight on f5. So very tricky position, and the clock situation might play a big role here.
What do you think, Nicholas? Do you think d5 with black would be a good choice to play in the next move, or that would be too much opening up the position?
Well, I guess we can have a look. Let's just make a non-move in a way. Rook e1, let's say d5. And now takes, something like this. At least the queen is activated. But after, let's say, knight takes, the queen might be hit. There might be some ideas also to play again in the center. So it has to be timed well. And it is definitely a move that black can consider. But it is white to play, and he goes for d4. There were also other moves available. He could have taken the bishop. There was also a very interesting move, just to point out, bishop h4, with the idea to take on f6. And black is actually not able to defend against it so well. But we see d4 hitting the bishop. But I think Hikaru will be happy to drop back with the bishop to f8 and keep it on the board. So this was not the strongest continuation for Sindarov. However, he does keep an advantage and a bit of an edge. Hikaru takes on d4, takes back, and bishop to a3, first hitting the rook on c1, play is getting a bit more concrete. The rook could move to e1, for example, and white is still in good shape here. Judith?
Well, to tell you the truth, it would be very hard to stop me playing d4 at that moment where we just started to discuss if black is threatening with d5, because white really wants to go and, like a storm, win this game, right? So bishop a3 is something maybe we can say that it was a must, because if black would have gone back to f8, then white can just push d5, and the a8 queen will probably, we can say goodbye to that for this game. And white can, even white's queen on b1 is back very much almost in the corner, but obviously we can't compare each other because the b1 queen still can give mate at some point, going just in one move queen g6 or something. I mean, I know I'm a little bit far away from there to give checkmate, but with the knights on e4 and f5, things are quite well prepared. And of course, this position is a huge advantage for white.
Yeah, but now after rook d1, black is in time to play d5. I was actually even considering exchange sacrifice with d4, d5 myself, just to lock that queen and then go for an all-out attack, but we don't have time to discuss that. So d5, queen b3 happened. It was the idea of Sindarov, but this is getting a little bit messy. And I feel like if it gets messy, that's good news for Hikaru. Look at the clock situation, 5 minutes for Hikaru against 1:17 for Sindarov. I feel like this is practically very important. Now the next couple of moves, if the position will really get murky, then Hikaru will be a favorite. But if white will be able to maintain the control of the game, and the situation will settle that, yes, maybe black is more or less okay, but white still has the initiative and the free, risk-free position, then the clock situation is not that critical.
Well, this queen b3 is a very interesting move. It is becoming tricky, And the situation, I believe, is much better for Nakamura than 2 moves earlier, because then it seemed like a one-way ticket and kind of a hopeless position strategically for black. Now suddenly, I mean, probably black just takes on e4, queen a3, takes on f3. At least black got rid of all the bishops which were in the way. The knights are standing quite well. White has only one knight, which is, I think, a benefit for black. So somehow Nakamura again could come up with some idea and get some chances out of it.
Well, the line that attracts my attention, it will be interesting to hear, Nicholas, that after d takes e4, queen takes a3, e takes f3, can white play the move d5 and allow this f take g2 and any kind of, and just go for an initiative because that queen on a8 is logged. Nicholas, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, let's take a look. It's certainly a line that Hikaru is calculating right now. It's the most human move. However, it's not the best. We're going to take a look at the best move as well, which is a bit hidden. So take on f3, and yeah, if white takes back with the queen or the pawn, it's nothing impressive at all for white. This is even maybe a bit more comfortable for black already. So going for the initiative, as Peter pointed out, should be the way to play this position. d5 now takes on g2, hitting the rook on f1, rook e1, and the knight is coming forward to f4. And this is very murky, and the time situation can play an important role here. But also Nakamura is spending a lot of time now, below 3 minutes. So here there could be, for example, white could win an exchange where black has massive counterplay, I would say. I would be quite scared with white here already a checkmate threat in the air. So white needs to go rook e3, give back the exchange. It's a whole mess, and that's something you don't really want to see. So I could, for white for sure, so I could see Nakamura going for this. The best move is actually bishop f8 with a very cute idea that after it takes d5, there's a4 intermediate move. But you would think, all right, well, I just put the queen on c4, still protecting the pawn. But now black has the very nice touch knight d6, attacking the queen once more. And if the knights are traded, then the rook is opened up, now forcing the queen from protecting the pawn on d5.
Breaking news, it happened.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow, that's I think that's very strong. That's very impressive that Nakamura found this, and now Sindarov with but they're a different idea. Knight f4. Yeah, knight d6 was the way to go. Knight f4 is not best. Now d6 should give white an advantage, but it's so difficult, and only 1 minute on the clock for Sindarov, Judith.
Well, it's heating up, and it becomes very different because just a few moves ago we had a completely different pawn structure. I liked very much bishop f8. At first I thought bishop f8, just give the pawn and get activity with the knight on f4, but it was very nice what you showed, the knight d6 opportunity. Of course, I can say that if it would be already tomorrow with the classical time control, it is something obviously Nakamura would have found. But when you have only 2 minutes on the clock and you're so eager to make your move because your opponent has under a minute, then of course you don't spend necessarily the time what you need to spend, because it's not so easy to find. This is one of the most difficult things in chess, to figure out what is the critical moment. When do I have to spend more time?
Wow, he played it. d6. Wow.
D6.
Yeah, but basically the point is that after c takes d6, the queen is almost trapped on c4, but you have to follow it knight a6 check, yes. But with 20 seconds, yeah, you have to calculate all these crazy lines. Wow.
Amazing idea. With 26 seconds on the clock.
And we will be seeing this. No, Hikaru grabs on e4. He sends it.
He takes on e4. And now white needs to play d7, otherwise he's clearly worse. d7. d7, only move to get an advantage here.
With 10 seconds on the clock. Imagine.
And he finds it. Sindarov. Wow. Incredible.
Not a pleasant surprise for Nakamura.
But he still has very nice compensation, humanly speaking. Yeah, fe, queen e4. Checkmate is threatened on g2, so white has to fall back with the knight to e3 probably.
And he has only 29 seconds. The good news is for him that after every move he gets 10 seconds. Just as much as for Nakamura, but he doesn't need that so desperately, those 10 seconds per move.
And it feels like this is a very critical moment for Nakamura, because another loss here would definitely get him into quite a dangerous situation. He's not happy. He looks to the side. He knows his position is bad, but he can still swindle. He can still swindle Sindarov. Take on d7, continue a game. It's far from over, actually.
But yeah, it's a question. Like after rook d7 is queen c6 a move. I see that the computer is not showing this, but it's kind of a human move. Yeah, trying to trade queens. Maybe you have rook d5. You have rook d5, yes.
And some knight h3 and knight g5
exactly.
and stuff like that.
Very tricky position. Okay, yes, rook d7, queen c6 on the board. Natural human way of playing. It's a mistake according to computer. I have seen computer say rook f1, queen f1, and just tranquilo, chill. But with 10 seconds on the clock, you will not be thinking about things like this.
And forget about the chill.
Yes, exactly. You are exactly supposed to be shaking the chair like Sindarov is doing.
So black could take the pawn on d4 or trade on c6 and retreat with the rook to d8. And the endgame is far from clear. Just a slight advantage for white. Nakamura with also close to 1 minute on the clock. This will be...
But I actually have the feeling that we are saying like white is slightly better. Hikaru wants to win this game and he's very annoyed that his rook takes e4 sacrifice with the knight on f4, queen on e4 did not bring him a victory right away. So it's very interesting.
But it's also very interesting, this queen c6 move, as you point out, that it's the human move. Because what goes on your mind, on Sindarov's mind? Okay, he has like 30-something seconds. He wants to stabilize. Obviously, he's not thinking about the tournament situation. He is ahead. But he wants to stabilize the position, and then I will see what's going on. And as we see that every move is a big decision-making moment, right? And of course, when you're like playing already in bullet mode, it means that you make intuitively the best move you think will bring the best result.
Well, king h1, nice prophylactic, just setting up the bishop g3 idea, because knight e2 check was an unpleasant fork.
At the same time, it goes further away in the endgame. It should be more closer to the action.
Yes, that's true. Knight e2, yeah, Hikaru keeps on bothering Sindarov. Yeah, you cannot allow white one extra tempo to stabilize. You have to keep on hitting him. Now d5 knight, still the knight keeps on jumping. It's anybody's game. I don't agree with computer's evaluation that white is perfectly safe. Yeah, rook d2, that might be a good move. Because, yeah, just take this d4 pawn, then I get activity. Is Hikaru able to take? And then c6 pawn is hanging, protecting on d8 with the knight on f7, knight on c6.
I don't think he will take on d4.
But look at his fear. He's somehow surprised, like, can't I take the pawn?
No.
No?
Knight c3, it's tricky. a3, I attacked the a2 pawn, knight e4. And he goes knight d4.
He takes it. He takes it. I have seen it in his eyes, like, why can't I take? Yeah, why can't I take?
Well, it does make sense. You want to grab another pawn. Now he already has 2 pawns for the exchange. White should play rook c1. Oh, he goes bishop g3. Now knight f5, a very nice touch here. Knight f5 would lead to complete equality and maybe even chances for black. Other moves lead to an advantage for white. Knight f5 and then an intermediate check on g3. Can Nakamura spot it with 20 seconds on the clock?
It's a Hikaru move. Yes.
He does it. Wow.
Yeah, Hikaru is back. Yeah, and now you can see his body language. He knows that he is safe. Exactly. I cannot lose this game, and who knows? Maybe something more.
And the knight immediately attacking the pawn on c6. Rook c1, bishop c5. Oh, the moves are coming in so quickly now.
Yeah, knight d5. Now the big question is, do you take? Of course, you take this c6 pawn, knight takes d7. It's kind of drawish. I feel like now the dust has settled, 46 seconds versus 50.
Oh, but knight d4, step in the wrong direction. He should have gone after the a2 pawn.
Rook c4?
Well, there was some gesture by the players.
I don't know. I don't know about what.
Yes.
They cannot offer a draw yet before move 40. Maybe that was what it was about?
Maybe, yes, maybe that was the point. But now a3, knight a6. No, it's possible to hit the bishop and then the knight on d4 is loose.
Yeah, knight d4, and now Hikaru is losing again after knight f5. He played too quickly there. It feels like before going knight d4. g4? No, another mistake. But still, white is in good shape now that
yes,
the a pawn is on the board.
And the g7 pawn can be weak, yeah? With knight e6, rook a7 ideas coming. Suddenly black's king on g8 is a bit shaky. Black relies on bishop d6 check. Rook a7 would be natural.
Such a difficult position to play with little time, especially for black.
Yeah, can you imagine black's pawn structure being on f7 and g6 and he could chill, he could relax, nothing can happen, it's all connected with this, but okay, knight d5, not that work, but he wants to go after the b6 pawn. Maybe a practical choice.
Well, white is not in danger in this game anymore.
Yes.
Especially if he will have the time to bring his king over to f3, e4, then...
yeah, then it's over, and there is this nice tactic, king f7, rook a7 check, king e6, knight takes b6. Bishop b6, rook a6. Yeah?
And Nakamura is in danger again, and even in time he went under to his opponent.
Yes, now this is very unpleasant.
Shaking his head, he gives away all the information what he's thinking.
The rook is too powerful, yeah? It's an open position. The knight on e2 is out of the game, knight d4, trying to bring that knight back.
And after rook a6.
Or rook a7 somehow. Yeah, practically speaking, this is now so ugly.
Rook a7, very powerful move by Sindarov.
Actually, I don't see Hikaru saving this with so little time.
Well, even after h5, he will not be able to get out with his king.
Yeah, a4. Threatening rook b7. Yeah, computer doesn't like it, but it was the human move. Rook b7 threatening to win the game.
Yeah, the best move b5, you don't really play this. I mean, white gives a check, goes a5, and you think you just resign. And maybe the position is, he finds it. He finds it. It's the best try. But it remains very difficult for Nakamura. So rook gives a check, then a5 must be the way to go. You see, Sindarov, it seems he's calm. He's calm. Oh, he trades.
Wow, AB and offers a draw. Hikaru is very happy.
Wow, that was a gift.
It was a strange decision.
Wow, surprising decision because he had 43 seconds, no need to panic.
Yeah, but I think already a few moves before when he was looking out, probably he was checking what move they are. And he thought, okay, draw is fine. Unexpected decision by Sindarov, I must say. And a great gift to Nakamura.
Yes, by the way, Magnus has won his game. And Fabi is about to win. Maybe we can jump into Fabi.
Well, let's see on the bird's eye view
what
we have right now.
Vincent has also won, by the way, we should point out. Huge win for the German.
Huge win, yes.
Very important in the best moment.
Yes, that basically makes him quite safe. And Firouzja is winning against Fedoseev.
No, he has already won. He has already won.
Okay.
So a very good round then for everybody except for Aronian and Fedoseev, who fall further behind.
And there is an incredible game going on.
Yeah, let's jump to it. Caruana and Gukesh.
Gukesh.
Yeah, I have it already.
Let's jump in there because it seems like the world champion is in trouble again.
Well, he's down a piece and the king is out in the open. This looks completely lost.
Yeah, normally whoever gives the first check wins such kind of positions, right? That's how we are taught. But this queen on a2 is tricky. Hits the rook and also protects the e6 pawn.
Yeah, but queen check, king f6. Well.
Wow, queen d3, calm. So 44 seconds versus 19. Yeah, nice little stabilizing move.
But Fabiano is good in this. Calmly, cold-blooded, just makes a quiet move in a completely chaotic position.
Yes, rook g3. Nice little move, hitting the queen from d3.
But queen d4 check, and the king will be chased.
Yeah, king g6.
And F5 or H5.
Yeah, you just open it up. Yeah. Okay, there is no way to survive this.
Gukesh is going down on time. 15 seconds again.
Like in Backhouse, go into checks. That's what Levon was telling me. Go run into mate, then you are not getting mated. That's the well. If I do it, I get mated anyway, no matter what.
King G4.
King G4.
Going into activity.
Yeah, now Queen G5 check, King H3, and suddenly Black would be very happy. Yes.
Yeah. I think White has to go Rook G5. And finally exchange the rooks, which was
but it wasn't
avoided.
But it wasn't his idea, I guess. He wanted to deliver checkmate. Also down to 16 seconds.
But I don't think he has another choice.
Yeah.
He has to go for it.
He has to.
Nice journey with the king.
I mean, what a defense by Gukesh. But actually, can he take and play Queen G5 check and then Queen G2 check and Queen the H pawn?
Yes, yes.
Aha,
You're
yes.
100% right.
But I'm not sure. How is that winning? Because I have a double passed pawn A, B with
And you
black.
just play King G4.
King G4.
And you sit, yeah? Wow.
Oh, he goes H5. Now it's equal. Now it's equal. Queen B1 check. And White can't really escape the check so well.
And then Queen E4 check, after King E2. Surprise.
Well, Gukesh is back in business, kind of.
Might be another save for Gukesh, who has been on the ropes so many times in this tournament already. But he might just save this one.
Queen E3.
Then Queen F2 check.
I pondered that. I was expecting Queen C3, Knight D3, and life is beautiful for White.
Yes. Oh, King D1, probably this ends in a draw. What a save it is. Gukesh is a fighter. Fabi cannot believe it. Tries King E2. Runs into Queen E4 check. Now King D2. Yeah, now Gukesh will pick up some pawns, yeah?
Pick up with check.
Yes.
Trying to hide on the queen side.
Be careful, Queen F5 check, Queen D3. That's one thing one should not blunder, then the H pawn wins.
But even then, King G4.
Yes.
Okay, H6.
Yes.
Okay.
But
in the blunder, it became only a small blunder.
Yes, you don't have to design on the spot, but don't do that to all your relatives, fans, and whoever is watching, yeah? But maybe it's the only, no, probably not the only. Queen C4 check is human, natural.
And Queen B3.
Where is Fabi intending to hide? Yeah, with King C1, Queen C3, Knight C2, and then Beastly comes. No way to hide.
Well, it's kind of annoying for him that he was so winning. Not to win this, it's...
Yeah, that's a shame.
Oh, Queen C3?
Fortunately for him, Knight C2 could have been tried at least. Fortunately for Caruana, he's in a very good position anyway, so it doesn't change too much. But he can't believe that he didn't win this position.
But at least now but it's not a big improvement. King E2 runs into Queen E5 check and picking up the H1 pawn. So like at least the Queen is not on B1 and does not hit him with Queen E4 check.
Now actually it's a perpetual because King D1, Queen A1 and King E2 cannot be done because of Queen E5, right?
Yeah. Draw agreed.
Wow. What a save by Gukesh again.
Very important save for him. Getting clear 1.5 points of the 9th and 10th place. We're going to see the standings soon. But this was a really, really good round for everybody except for Aronian and Fedoseev, who will really have a steep hill to climb now to still make it into the knockout phase.
So let's see the standing where we are after round 6. What's going on? Caruana not winning his game. This is how they are still tying with Sindarov, because Sindarov could also win. But it seems like obviously for both players the important thing is that they qualify for the next stage. Then we have Firouzja with 4.5, just catching up. Probably he has an idea that, okay, I qualify, that's normal, that's obvious, so I want to win the tournament, the qualification. And then we see Magnus winning his game just as well as Keymer, which is for both of them, it was an incredible victory and incredibly important in order that they go closer to the qualification. And then let's see the second half of the tournament, because that stays to be not completely open. Let's see, basically Abdusattorov, Gukesh, Nakamura, they seem to be just on the right track to qualify, because the other two, Fedoseev and Aronian, they are so much behind that it's very difficult to imagine that any of them will catch up, unless one says, okay, I don't care anymore and I win 3 in a row.
Well, or you just win a direct encounter. Yeah, so that's why it was so important both for Gukesh and for Hikaru to save those games, to have this margin, yeah, 1.5 point margin. So even if suddenly some direct encounter goes badly, they are still in the safe side. Well, yes, you said it correctly. Yeah? Levon and Vladimir, they need to win their next 2 games and then look if they will still have a chance. Well, if they win 2 games, then definitely they will have. Well, okay. It's tough.
Before we will have the drawing of the next round, maybe we can take a look how Magnus Carlsen collected his very important, essential victory of today. Because we've seen only the beginning of the opening and he was just doing greatly. So, Nicholas, I give you the word, if you can just show us.
Thank you, but it seems we first see a little recap of the round and then we're going to get into analysis.
Well, we've seen some quite looks on the players. The ones who won is that, yes, I did it. The ones who saved, oh, I saved it. So the expression is right there, and now the word is yours. Nicholas, please show us Magnus's victory.
Absolutely. So let's have a look at the game between Magnus Carlsen and Nodirbek Abdusattorov from the round 6 here of the round robin. And this was the starting position. Magnus chose c4 as all the other players did. b6 was played, hitting the pawn on g2 with the queen in the corner. f3 makes sense, f6 does the same, b4 claiming some space, knight g6, knight g3, so far so good. And maybe black should have gone for something like bishop f7 here, Carlsen instead. Abdusattorov played for the center, but here the problem in this completely symmetrical position is that white is to play first and goes for bishop e4, hitting the queen in the corner, which is not trapped, but forcing black to make some concessions. And Abdusattorov chose to give up the bishop on g3 with check, but now white has the bishop pair and definitely a long-term advantage. Bishop f7, d3, castle, bishop f2, also preparing castle. Now the position was a bit locked up, but this bishop is just beautiful on e4. Very strong piece. Knight back to e7, knight c3, stopping black from playing any breaks in the center. d6, castle, knight to c6, g4, h6. The position feels pretty locked up. White is intending to maybe double on the b file here. Queen c7, rook b1. And here we go. White is controlling the only open file. h5, black is trying to get some counterplay, but it's not really there. Now bishop takes c6, very interesting positional decision here by Carlsen, going e4 now to claim this square for the knight and further cement the control of the center, g6. Abdusattorov looking for counterplay desperately, quite interesting here how he played this. Takes, now rook c8, queen b2, but with all these pieces coming off the board, it is white who has the advantage here with the active pieces. Trade on b8, knight c8, knight b5. Very difficult. Black is so passive. And after bishop e8, e takes f5. Now it is actually a winning position for white. And Carlsen managed to convert this and went into his endgame. And here he is 2 pawns up right now. And this was too much to handle for Abdusattorov. I think there was no more critical moment in the game. Went into a opposite color bishop endgame, which they do often have a large drawing tendency, but this one does not. White has passed pawns on the king side and passed pawn on the ace on the queen side. So this is game over, and Abdusattorov resigned, and a huge win for Carlsen, which should put him en route to qualify for the knockout stage. Judith.
Well, this was a very interesting game, and while you were showing us this game, there was some moments when castling properly, taking bishop c6, making strategic decisions by Magnus, and I had the feeling, yeah, this is the guy. This is what he does. This is why he's so famous, that he makes those strategic decisions which not necessarily obvious for everyone else. So this seemed to be like a game of whatever tournament, right?
Yes, but honestly, when we had the chance to see the first 5-6 moves, and when we moved on from this game, to my mind, it was already kind of clear that, yes, this is Magnus's position. He will be enjoying it. He will be merciless. And he gave absolutely no chances. Yeah, this very much reminded me of last year's classical portion when Magnus in the opening was outplaying his opponents, and then they never really got a chance to come back. Yeah, this is freestyle chess, this is Fischer random chess, and okay, we love it.
And let's go for the drawing of the next round 7.
Ready? So you can stand down there. Position?
789. 789.
Thank you very much, Andreas. 700. And we can put the ball there in front, and the players will get 10 minutes now to prepare. Thank you very much. Enjoy.
So we are back for the next round. It's round 7. And we have the following pairing for the next round. So let's see, Abdusattorov, Sindarov, the two countrymen playing against each other. Probably they know very well each other from other tournaments as well. They know how dangerous the other one is. Then we have Gukesh Keymer. Of course, Gukesh has to win, has to perform already, well, at least for himself, that he wants to win, score a full point, not to be a defender like in so many games. Of course, qualification is kind of very near, and it's in his hand probably, but he still, I think, would like to win a game. And Nakamura against Caruana, the big American clash is coming up. Of course, Nakamura saved himself in the previous round, so he wants to be there. He says, okay, it would be nice to win, right? Firouzja Carlsen, huge matchup.
Yes.
Huge matchup. And then Aronian Fedoseev, the big match, because both of them are very much behind compared to the others, and they are really trying and struggling to get back, how to make it into the top 8. So for them, it is something that one of them has to win.
Yeah, whoever wins is back in fight for the qualification, and who loses then basically has to say goodbye. A very nerve-wracking match. I think in this regard then Levon is very happy to have the white pieces, because it does give you some safety and also some possibilities for initiative. But okay, Fedoseev will be hoping to catch his last chance as well. Of course, I agree that Firouzja Carlsen and Nakamura Caruana are the two very big games, but there is also this plot between Gukesh and Keymer. Yeah, it's a prestige duel. Vincent had been the second of Gukesh during the World Championship match. He helped him. But then in the direct encounter in Vaikanze, Gukesh has beaten him. So I think Vincent is also burning for revenge.
Well, the players obviously are very open-minded in this event. They have to be very open-minded to accept the new positions in every single game. Just 10 minutes, 15 minutes after they finish their game, they have to be focusing and challenging themselves with completely different patterns going around. But again, we have a position where the king is on e1, the queen now not in the corner, but on b1. I rather have the bishops on c1 and d1, to tell you the truth. Actually, I had this analysis in my mind after yesterday that I think that the king, for example, on b1 stands very well. On e1, I don't know how good it is, but that's good because it is familiar to the players. But for example, one of the most difficult setup, I think, for the bishop to be on b1. I think that can be very dangerous at some moment if you're forgetting about it. But here I believe it's easier to get a classical type of position. Basically, you can move away the f1 knight. You just castle immediately, then you play c4. Bishops on c1, d1. Okay, c1 is normal, but d1 can be tricky. But let's say c4 and bishop c2 and you're back in business. So
what disturbs me a bit is that my knights are fighting more or less for the same squares. Yeah. So if I play knight g3 and then I play also knight e3, then imagine if black will be playing some e6, f5, and then suddenly threatening with an f4 fork. This is the disturbance that I'm seeing at the moment, so I'm not yet sure how I would like to place the knights. At the same time, if I'm able to find a good spot, good place for the knight on f1, then I'm able to castle short. That would also give me some harmony. As you highlighted, this bishop on d1 is always a very tricky piece. I do see players are again discussing c4, and after c4, maybe some bishop a4 ideas can also appear, activating that bishop. c4 seems to be the favorite move of the players.
what do you think, Peter, about what are the priorities? Is it priority in every single position something different? Or can you pull out some parallel and generalize it? What is important? Because this, I feel that this is one of the most important right now to understand, to prioritize the to-do list for both players.
Yes, but I guess it's very difficult. One thing I see that c4, c5, b4, c takes b4, queen b4 is discussed by the players. That actually makes a lot of sense. Then you can put the bishop on b2. You also get a nice central grip, which already brings the question. Then after c4, should black at all play the move c5, or should he maybe try himself to go b5 immediately? But one motive, let me just tell you from last year, that after c4, b5, this move c5 is kind of tricky, because then black's queen on b8 will be restricted.
So with c4, what is your idea? Why do you want to play c4? You want to open up your queen. It's important for you to open up the diagonal of the bishop and somehow to get it to c2. Or what is the idea behind c4?
Well, I want to grab space. Yeah, I open up also my queen, and usually, as we already discussed as well, that Levon always said that he wants to look at how do I break the symmetry. And after c4, c5 with b4, I also have this tempting option, basically to activate my queen, trading a b pawn for a c pawn. If we just look at from a classical perspective, changing a side pawn against a more central pawn could also benefit white. So there are kind of some questions, but these are all speculations. I think it's also interesting to ask, wow, a queen on h7? How did that happen? That's fantastic. Nicholas, any thoughts?
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand how the queen just landed on h7, because in the starting position there's a knight defending the pawn on h7. So there are no unprotected pawns here in the starting position, which is always something one should consider. And I was actually analyzing a bit with the computer, and indeed c4 is the best move, so the players are on the right track here. And as you pointed out, after c5, then it is possible to try and break the symmetry by going b4, and white should have a little bit of an advantage. So I also find it interesting that now really almost all the players are analyzing together. I think maybe the only one who is not is Gukesh, but okay, he's also not playing with the white pieces.
No,
I
he will
think.
be white.
He will be white.
Against
Now
Vincent,
we're seeing the other group. Okay, but he was not with the other players we just saw, if I'm not mistaken. So here we see the black players analyzing together, and it's again Caruana and Sindarov. It seems to be just working out well for them. They're leading the tournament together, analyzing here.
Nodirbek is always so happy. Yeah? Whenever we see him discuss, he's smiling, he's laughing, he's just enjoying himself. Hikaru looking from the side. We have already discussed this, Judith, right? That you are not such a big fan. What do you see from there? Yeah?
Well, I'm kind of surprised. Like, is someone who is sitting there hesitating? Like, is it better for white or is it better for black? Or trying to figure out
who am I rooting for, right?
Well, what is interesting for me now that the players are checking c4, c5, b4, that it becomes so concrete so fast.
Yeah, that's possible.
That it's like if they would think that, okay, I have to grab the initiative immediately. I can't waste time. Like they're not looking to play knight f1 to g3 and castle next, right? So we don't have those priorities like in classical chess that, no, they want to have the pawns. But of course, d4, e4 is not something they're looking at, interestingly enough.
Yeah, they, I think, also feel like there is a chance to try to grab them on. Ah, so this is how they are getting this bishop takes, queen h7 position, that bishop c2 and then hitting on h7. But to be honest, I'm not really understanding what is the big benefit. There is no checkmate there. And somehow I feel like giving up the bishop against the knight, unless there is some very concrete reason, the experience, what I have witnessing so far, tells me that the bishops are very valuable.
Well, I see that they made their preparations. They're getting ready to go and take their seats and switch their mindset that a new position is just arising. So well, let's go.
Honestly, my feeling is that whenever I see them discuss these 10 minutes, this 10 minutes flies away like just 10 seconds. And I'm pretty sure that the players think like, okay, what did I learn from that? Am I really going to play according to what we discussed, or at least I know what I don't like and then I'm going to do something else?
I think we're going to see a lot of c4 once again in this round as well. So what is the game you want to focus on? Should we focus on the bottom seats here because it's such a crucial game?
Well, maybe that's an interesting one because that's a huge battle, and Aronian and Fedosiev, for them, their heartbeats probably more than the others because there are a lot at stake, even though they are not playing for the first prize, but actually they are playing for something right now, the most important, almost as if it would be for first prize, because they can continue. The players only who is in the top 8 can continue the next stage of the tournament, and from tomorrow on we have the quarterfinals, and already the time control will be changed as well, because today and yesterday the players are playing this rapid format, 10 minutes per person plus 10 seconds per move. So tomorrow the mindset and preparation and everything will be changing, with 2 players excluded because only 8 players out of the 10 can continue from tomorrow the classical portion of the event in a knockout system. So very shortly we are going to have all the boards properly set up, but we see the players' camera already. Of course, Magnus is back, as so many times previously it happened that Magnus did not start so well, so powerful in the first few rounds, and then he's back in business. He shows maybe one of the person who shows the biggest resilience out of the chess world out there. But let's see what will happen in starting here.
And a lot of c4s. Yeah, a lot of c4. In fact, c4, c5, b4 on the board in the Firouzja Magnus Carlsen game, and also Fedosiev against, no, yeah, Fedosiev, no, but Abdusattorov, Sindarov.
And Vincent has already sacrificed a pawn, do I see this right? It seems to be this way, no?
Keymer sacrificed the
Yes,
pawn?
can we actually get that? Is that the fastest pawn sacrifice of the tournament? Can you find the game? Because again, for some reason, exactly the 7th round's game is not uploading here.
Okay, so let's see. Okay, so let's see so far what is happening in the first few moves before we are going to be taking and picking any of the games. It's only 2-3 moves which happened, but already some great actions happening, specifically between Gukesh and Keymer. That seems to be quite a fun start. Suddenly Black's pieces are energetic, even the b8 queen, the b6 bishop already attacking over the f2. We have also Firouzja Carlsen, that seems to be also fun. Bishop on c2 already, queen b4.
Yeah,
So let's see Fedoseev playing with the black pieces against Aronian. Aronian plays c4, b4, bishop b2. Go straight forward.
And look at this. Suddenly, this is what I talked about, that this knight on f8, yeah, that both knights are fighting for the same square. The knight from h8 would develop to g6. In order to castle, you still have to activate that knight from f8. I don't see how he's going to activate that.
Well, maybe he is going to play d5 or d6, moving the f8 knight and then castle. Or the other idea could be to play h6, knight h7 castle. What do you think about that?
Yes, but then some bishop c2 could come. Okay, he goes b6. He's trying to play a queen Sindan kind of setup. Yeah, bishop to b7, but a knight is missing from f6. Yeah, that's the soul of any kind of queen Sindan structure. It's kind of bizarre. It's strange. You asked me, yeah, and we discussed that. Why are players always thinking about this c4, b4? Why don't they just develop? And now we see that, of course, if white would have done that, it's much more harmonious. Now that black breaks the symmetry and tries to develop the pieces, that can also lead to some very unpleasant questions in just a couple of moves.
Do you think it's in freestyle chess or classical chess has a bigger difference if you play with the white pieces?
I think that in freestyle chess it's much more important. Okay, first of all, in classical chess we already know that we can play the Berlin, we can play Marshall, we can play Naidov, we have all the good openings, yeah? Petrov, whatever you choose, you know that your opponent is actually fighting to get some microscopical edge or maybe a playable position, while here you need to survive the opening stage. Yeah? Here, I believe that with black you really feel under a lot of pressure at the beginning. If you survive the first 2-3 moves, then you might become ambitious because it means that white has lost track, and then you have good chances of counter-attacking. But at the moment, I would be kind of quite worried for black here.
Maybe the question should be, if there was no opening theory at all, and you see also the standard classical position for the first time, do you think then this position would be easier or more difficult to play?
Well, I think to say something like this to Peter, let's forget about theory
yes,
and
I know.
Talk in principle about excluding theory in chess. I mean, you can have a great discussion with me about that. I was not a big expert on openings. I was always focused on the middle game. But
yeah, I feel like 35 years of 8 hours a day working on openings, that's kind of quite a lot, yeah.
Well, I saw some statistics where it took the average evaluation across all 960 positions, and that was like 0.18 pawn units, so very slight advantage for white, and then for, I think, the standard classical position, it's maybe 0.20 or 0.21. So tiny bit better, the standard classical position, than the average of all the 960 ones. But as Peter pointed out, with standard classical chess, you have opening theory, you know what you're going to do in the first few moves. You usually are not lost within the first 10 moves, unless some huge catastrophe happens. Whereas here we have seen it over and over again. Just yesterday, Magnus was lost twice in the first 10 moves, and also some of the other players. So it's just much more difficult to find the right path on your own when you have never seen a position before. And this current position, it feels calm so far, but as Peter pointed out, the knight on f8 is not a great piece, and white is enjoying a space advantage, so this is looking nice so far for white, I would say, Peter.
Yeah, but at the same time, I wonder that why Levon played the move e2, e3, because if you look at black's position, you understand that actually due to this pawn, you are unable to develop your knight, and yes, Levon, of course, followed it up with f4, so he's not afraid of some knight h4, because that's one of the first things that you have to calculate in this position. What happens if suddenly black attacks on the g2 pawn? Do we go then e4, or do we go king f2? Judith, what is your feeling?
I like king f2 a lot, but you know what I'm wondering right now, that even in the previous game we had the king on e1, right, starting out. And I have a feeling that when the king is on e1 and all the other pieces are shuffled, I still have a feeling that I'm playing the classical chess. While if the king is even just on f1, it has some uncomfortable feeling that something is wrong. So I just realized it and discovered it, that if you look at it, king on e1, okay, rook on g1, we've seen these things before, right? So we made only 6 moves, but I don't have a specific feeling that it's a freestyle, that it's so much different than a classical game of chess. Probably after king f2, g5. g5!
Yes.
Let's go g5.
Just to prove that, yes, this is freestyle after all, no matter where your king is placed. That I perfectly get your point, and also what Nicholas was highlighting, that for computer, many of these positions might feel more or less the same evaluation-wise, but I think from a human perspective, they are so different positions, yeah? You might feel some position, oh, thank you very much, now I feel this position, I'm so happy, and some other position you might feel like, oh no, please don't do this to me, yeah? It's just the way how humans are thinking, and we have our experience, yeah, with which type of position we feel ourselves. And g3, allowing knight f3 check, that's kind of a shocker. Judith, Nicholas, who wants to take it away?
I'm just speechless for the moment, for a second. What is the reason why not king f2? And moreover, my question is, what happens after knight f3, bishop f3, bishop f3?
Is he planning to trap the bishop with e4, but it's not
but
trapping the bishop?
Well,
it's always a possibility, then at least you will never be able to castle short, but I will keep that bishop on f3, some queen b7, hitting, playing normal chess on the long diagonal. Nicholas, we need some help.
Yeah,
What's going on?
Yeah, I feel that Aronian played a bit too many pawn moves in the beginning. So up to this moment, he was in very good shape. Maybe developed a knight now to g3, maybe the bishop, and white is a bit better. But now going e3, and then also especially going f4, now having moved pawns on both sides of the board, on the king side and the queen side, is weakening. And now also the question is, long term, where are you going to put your king? Where will it be safe? Because you don't want to keep your king in the center forever. So this move was a bit risky, I would say. Knight h4, and now he should have gone, and he did, go g3, because king f2, as you guys discussed, indeed runs into g5. The rook is being opened up, and the king is not feeling safe on f2 at all. So g3, but now after knight f3 check, this fork happens, and white needs to trade the bishop against the knight, which is not ideal because this bishop is now very strong and the light squares are a bit weakened. Still, after knight f2, the white position would be fine. e4, and now g5. This move is very attractive. One more downside of the move f4, that such breaks are possible. And it feels to me that maybe Fedoseev is taking over. Just when I'm saying that, this move gets a question mark, maybe a bit harsh. But now white should play knight f2 and have some ideas against the bishop. And the moves are really coming in here. Knight f2, f5, immediately by Fedoseev. He's playing, well, he's not playing that quickly, I guess. Both players have 6 minutes. What do you make of these developments, Peter?
Well, I feel like Fedoseev got carried away. Yeah, he was kind of shocked by g3, and now he wants to punish Levon for it. The light square bishop is, of course, a monster. And then he went for g5, now f5, now h4 is the move. Yeah, h4 is played by Levon. It was an easy move because if you don't play h5, then you get into a lot of trouble. While after h4 now also the f5 pawn might be hanging. The knight from f1 can jump to e3, so even after opening up the e5 with e takes f5 and eventually queen takes f5, grabbing that pawn, I can always block the e file. For example, I'm thinking about rook g6, ef, queen f5, rook e6, check, knight e3, and this is not a mate. In fact, white is then super happy. Let me just show with arrows, or maybe I can...
You can
maybe I
put
can,
it on the board.
Yes, because this is quite an important move. It might have been the move that Fedoseev just blundered, yeah, that after queen takes f5, assuming that rook e6 check, thanks to this wonderful bishop, mates white's king, but then white can play knight e3, and all of a sudden it's not only a pawn, and white's king is safe, but the bishop on f3 is hanging. White gets extra tempies.
And short castle is a threat.
And wow! And short castle is a threat. Wonderful, yeah, because the bishop on f3 avoids and makes long castle impossible. What is your feeling, Judith? How things are evolving here?
Well, here what we see on the board right now, it seems like black has. I mean, the analyzing board which we've seen, I think there was white had a great position. And I don't know how black can do it differently, but maybe after e takes f5, queen f5, black should be playing instead of rook e6, queen b7 first. Yes. And still, white wants to go knight e3, but then the difference is that there is a pin on the g file, and bishop h4 might be an option. So I think it's very important for black somehow to consolidate. And actually black can, because after queen b7, long castle can be a very powerful move. So the question is how the white king will find its safety. And, well, the position, I think it's heated up quite a bit. And in the next 5-6 moves, we'll see who is taking the initiative in this position, because I think it can shift from one to another. Yes. Because the f3 bishop, I understand that maybe it's not the best piece, but still it
it's a monster.
Constrains white's movements, right?
Absolutely, yeah. This queen b7 long castle resource is kind of very nice. Levon is also nervous. They both know that actually draw is a no result for any of the players. They need to win. They need to have a decisive game, and of course to be on the right side of it. Yeah, so a lot of pressure, but one really gets the feeling that okay, safety is not an objective in this game. They want to make it as sharp as possible.
Yeah, the stress level I think is pretty high for this game, for different reasons than for the other players and other games. Levon seems to be quite nervous.
Yeah, very nervous, extremely nervous. I felt like also his moves were very nervous. They were not typically Levon, yeah? Too many pawn moves. I did not really understand what he is doing, but thinking about the tournament situation and the whole tour, yeah, those players who are getting knocked out, they have no guarantee that they will ever return to the tour, because they will have to get through the qualification, which is extremely difficult. Yeah, you have to fight your way for two spots among 30-40 brilliant players. You have to survive here and then hope to achieve the best you can in this tournament.
So we finally see a move. Knight h2 was played after quite a long think here by Aronian. And we should not forget, yes, who loses this game is out. I think we can say that quite confidently. So the tension is incredibly high. Knight h2 hitting the bishop on f3. The bishop retreated to h5. And now knight h3 was played, and this apparently is a mistake. Instead, the bishop should have come to e5 to exactly stop the move that was now played by Fedoseev quite quickly. c5, a powerful move, opening up the queen, hitting the pawn on g3, hitting the pawn on b4, and it seems that Fedoseev is taking over here. Long think, but not the best continuation for Aronian, and he is definitely in trouble now, Judith.
Well, we saw the moment where white played, Levon played knight h2. That was the moment of e takes f5, which Peter was showing us. And Aronian felt it that it's a crucial moment because he spent, I think, like nearly 2 minutes, if I remember well. So he felt the moment and he said, okay, I don't want to open up the position with my king on e1. I go on the safety, I go stabilize my knights, but c5 is a very, very tough move. Suddenly the queen on b8 activates itself. And after e5, I think some kind of rook g3 eventually will happen, but I'm expecting either taking on b4 or even playing queen b7. That queen can be standing very well. Queen b7, long castle, d6, though white is playing knight f4 next, right?
Yes, exactly. I mean, queen b7 is the most natural move. Clearly, the consequences of knight f4 needs to be calculated. I have looked at the screen, and the computer screams for bishop f6, right?
Of course.
Of course, yeah, bishop f6. Well, to be honest, I'm not ruling it out from Fedoseev. Yeah, he's crazy enough to spot this kind of moves. He already has played the whole game in such spirit, right, that he has this light. On the other hand, he's so happy about his position because now long terms, I feel like especially after e4, e5, with this buried bishop on b2, you know exactly, humanly speaking, classical chess wisdom that this pawn chain, d7, e6, f5 pawn structure with this light square bishop, unless you blunder something with knight f4, and then you should be very happy, the knight on h2 is out of the game. He might just play a routine move, but if he really is looking for something very special, he might find bishop f6. Nicholas?
Yeah, bishop f6 is absolutely stunning. It's a shame that you already saw it on the screen because I want to see your response. Let's take a look at this move and why it is so strong. So black hits this pawn again on e5, which cannot be defended, by the way. And if white takes on f6, then the long diagonal here is opened up again. Black can take on g3, and you suddenly have some issues to defend all of your pieces here, especially with the black queen coming in. And black is in excellent shape, but we see the position jumps back because another move was played. Fedoseev plays the human move in this position, rook to g8, bishop f6, such a difficult move to play.
I think sorry to interrupt, but I think bishop f6 would have been the move of the tournament for the moment.
Yes, certainly.
I agree. So rook g8 was played, stepping out of knight f4. Knight f4 was played anyway, hitting the bishop, activating the knight. The bishop drops back to f7, and here we are with weakened light squares. Positional, good game for black here, and an advantage. How's the time situation? About 3 minutes for both players. Still, anything can happen, obviously, but objectively, Fedoseev is definitely in good shape here, Peter.
I think the reason why he did not find the shocker bishop f6, that he knew that his position is good, yeah? So there was no reason to look for some drastic measures, yeah? He knew that white is threatening knight f4, so finally he convinced himself, yes, okay, I can even retreat with my pieces because long terms I have a very nice position. Yeah, Levon is now fighting, but the structure, yeah, and that's why structure is a problem. Bishop takes h4. Now, Fedoseev grabs that pawn because due to the pin, but I don't really believe that that pawn is so important. Now, Levon castles quickly. If Levon can somehow activate that knight from h2 or get g4 in, break the construction and create some mess, that would actually help him in time trouble.
But we can see that how Aronian is playing this game. He's always playing for initiative, as he plays in classical game as well. That's why he did not take on f5 previously, because he thought that he's losing initiative while winning a pawn. So that's why he was more focusing on optimizing his pieces, his knight on c4, now g4. He doesn't care about having a pawn down, I think, because white is very active. At the same time, black is very stable, has a pawn up, and the king on e8 cannot be touched. The e7 bishop controls all the important squares.
But okay, knight h5, yeah, I would love to...
But the e5 is hanging,
e5 is hanging, but can we be Levon and pretend that, okay, we only want initiative, and okay, let us sacrifice all our pawns. The only problem is that maybe we are sacrificing too much, but still, knight h5, knight takes e5, queen e2, for example, looks kind of tempting. Black's king is still in the center.
But maybe simply d6 is possible to play.
But okay, maybe g takes f5. Yeah, we are already.
Even knight c4, those kind of things. The h2 knight.
But I have to tell you, if I would play against you, I would not love to take this second pawn on e5. You know, giving you the chance of eventually going g takes f5, opening up and checkmating would be quite quite a big chance.
Well, the tension is huge. And Levon usually does not like to be in time trouble. He likes to play fast. And now he's behind in time quite a bit.
He has to go for knight h5, unless I'm blundering something. If it's just the pawn on e5, that's part of the deal.
Well, g takes f5 is also something to be considered, I think, at this point of the game. gf, knight f4, rook g8, bishop g8, queen f3. Let's go for it.
Yes, it's also, yeah, probably that's the problem for Levon, yeah, that he has different interesting options, and he knows that this is such an important moment, because if the knights are just treated and black's light square bishop comes to life, then the position is kind of probably lost, yeah? Or
Actually,
maybe,
what do you do on g takes f5? It's just so tempting.
Vladimir is looking aside, listening to Judith. Yeah? what am I doing after gf5? But yeah, knight h5 on the board. After all, yeah, Levon decided on knight h5.
You know Levon well.
Yes, definitely. He is also the player, I think, who caused the most pain to my career. Yeah, he was defeating me in all the most important games, so I know exactly which moves are coming, yeah, from Levon, causing me the pain. And Nicholas, what is the computer telling us? Is this a move? Is it a bluff, or how is it?
It was difficult to suggest a move already, and Judith already pointed out actually that black can take on e5 and actually can also take on c4, because the queen is hitting the knight on h2. So if queen takes c4 now, then either black could take on h5 first or take on h2 right away, and it does not seem that white is getting enough play here. It seems the king is safe enough. I mean, still quite messy, but black has a bunch of pawns, and he takes on e5, queen e2 on the board, and I think Firouzja will also take the pawn on c4.
Well, sorry to interrupt, I just want to highlight that I did not blunder my c4 pawn, but I completely forgot about the hanging knight on h2. Yeah,
Yes,
this queen on b8. The queen has not moved yet in the game we were expecting, and knight c4 on the board.
Knight c4 on the board. And now what? For Aronian, he is down to under 1 minute, 2 minutes for Firouzja. If he loses this game, he's out. He goes knight f6 check. This does not improve his position. Black has to take this knight and can activate the queen. Bishop takes f6 should be played any moment. Firouzja.
Probably bishop f6, queen f4, for example.
Yes, absolutely. Queen f4, activating the queen, and there's no white attack, really.
And the h2 knight is sadly behind.
Yes.
You know, yesterday these two were playing some training games at Fabi's house. A lot of the players were playing Avalon, like a board game, but they were sitting on the chairs and they were playing some training games. And felt like they want to practice before today's very important games, and now they face each other, and unfortunately it seems like for Aronian this is going to be the end of the road. Queen f4 on the board. Black is completely winning at this point, -4, and also has more time on the clock. Judith.
Well, black has 3 extra pawns, right? That's already a piece in calculation if we are exchanging into chess language. It's almost a piece. The only problem black has a little bit is the e8 king. In principle, there is a weakness front of it, the e7, but objectively does not seem to be too difficult to convert this game for black, I believe. But still opening up the position, it's always good. Of course, at this stage, nerves are part of the game. Aronian has only 38 seconds left, while Firouzja 1 minute and 20.
Yeah, for example, now, what is black's move exactly? After
Yes,
gf5 without computer?
Yes,
yeah, okay, you take on g1, rook g1, rook g1, and then?
I can go cb4.
Just cb4, you have good nerves. Yeah? Rook f1. And then some knight, yeah, but I'm not threatening anything. That's the sad part. But the knight on c4 is somewhere loose.
He has to take on g1 now. It's the only winning move for Firouzja, and he's taking quite some time. What is he thinking about? He takes. He takes, and now there are many moves. Yeah, he takes on b4, Judith's recommendation.
Yeah, because now suddenly rook c8 and whose king is weaker?
Well, rook c8 obviously wants to be there, but...
Rook g4, okay. Queen takes
Queen
f5.
f5.
Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, that I don't have rook f1 after queen f5 now.
After queen f5, queen g2.
Oh, queen g2.
Queen f6 simply.
Yeah, I can just...
Yeah, it's just too much.
Yeah, we can
But
see the
it's
nerve.
going on, queen g2, queen f6, queen a8, king e7, rook c4, queen a1.
Yeah, he goes for it. He has to go for it. It's the only move, practically speaking.
But maybe it was blundered by Fedoseev, and that's not a nice surprise.
Yeah, that his knight on c4 is also hanging. But at the end of the day, with queen a2 check, probably are collecting back the material. He goes
d5.
It also works.
Yeah. That's kind of a nice move.
Well, not easy to play for Aronian. Going down to 30 seconds.
Time is the least of his problems, I think, here. His position is just lost, and it also seems there's no more swindling possible here.
Well, probably white should go bishop d4, rook c8, king d1.
Yeah, but then bishop
h5.
Bishop
yeah.
h5 something. Yeah, rook g8, king d7. Rook takes 8, queen takes
But
f6.
why did he play king d7? Why not bishop takes g8?
No, he wants to enjoy the light square bishop. This bishop will decide the game, yeah? That's what he felt like. This was the hero on f3. It moved back to f7. It needs to be activated later on. Queen f6. And yeah, imagine queen a1, bishop h5, all kinds of craziness. King c6. Let's just run.
And now black will be the one attacking.
Yes, I feel responsible. I was asking Levon to go knight h5 and then go for it, but it heavily backfired. It's all my fault.
I think he was already in trouble in that spot. I think it went wrong in the opening when he pushed too many of his pawns.
After he played g3, it went out of control, I think.
Slowly but surely.
Yeah, but we are all responsible. Whenever we pick Fedoseev's game to look at it, then he beats Magnus, and now he is about to beat Levon.
Knight e3 next.
Yeah, that's it. Big win for Fedoseev, and his chances are there. He's alive.
He's alive. It's good to see Levon smile still, even though it is a tough pill, of course, to swallow that he is out of contention for the knockout stage. I'm saying this quite confidently. He has 1 point out of 8. No, one out of 7, and
so let's see what other games are still running.
Apparently Firouzja is much better against Magnus Carlsen. Can we jump in there? Yeah, let's have the bird's eye view. There we have the...
And it seems that Sindarov won once again against Abdusattorov. The story just continues. Gukesh against Keymer was a draw. Yeah, let's see this game between Firouzja and Carlsen.
What a craziness. So white is up a piece, but white's king on h1 is also in some danger. Black has 2 pawns for the extra piece. But yeah, the knight on g4 protects the h2 pawn, so there is no mating attack. And also black's king on f8 is not that safe. Judith, any chances for black?
I thought rook e7 was just...
h4, bishop f2. And the clock situation, 38 versus 36. All right, dramatic.
But knight f2, rook e7.
Hard to believe, yeah, that black can survive this.
I don't think black can survive this. How could he survive this, right? I mean, rook e5.
Yeah.
I mean, there is not only one way of winning, I believe.
Okay, that if suddenly some rook e5, f e5, king f7, king d6...
Oh, he blundered. King g1 is a blunder.
Well, rook a5 or something will show up after bishop f6.
Well, and look at this, Magnus feels it. He's excited now. Yeah, rook a5 is a chance. Is that a chance?
Rook c1 is actually the way to go, and he finds it.
He finds it.
White cannot really get off the
King g2, checks. Check.
And why not? King f1? Then maybe rook f5? Or what's the problem? What after king f1?
No, then bishop f6, rook h1 checkmate. Yeah, that's a huge
why
problem.
he cannot go out. Okay, and king f3, bishop f6, and rook h3.
Wow, Alireza cannot believe it that he stepped into the only trap position. King g1, rook c1.
Yeah, it seems so.
Cannot believe it.
Realizing what he has done.
And an important half point for Carlsen, because with a loss he would have been back in the somewhat danger zone.
Yeah.
But now...
And the point is white cannot play king f3 because then after bishop f6, knight f6, rook h3 check is very powerful. What a disappointment, and look at the body language. Yeah, Magnus super happy, and Alireza cannot believe what happened.
Well, you're not happy when you have a piece up against Magnus and you can't convert it when it was just few moves away from checkmate.
All right, we have one more game running between Nakamura and Caruana. Let's jump to that one. Also important for the standings. Nakamura, of course, is looking to maybe score his first win of the round robin. It's a bit crazy to say so, but he has not won a game yet in the first 6. He lost the first one, done 5 draws, and he is looking in good shape against Caruana right now.
Yeah,
we should see the position any time now, hopefully. Oh, we see a position already, just the camera is not there yet.
Yeah, he's up a pawn, he's up on the clock, he has the better structure. Yeah, basically, it's very hard to imagine, but okay, there is not so much material. That's the only hope of Fabi, that maybe there will be some chance to survive.
Well, Nakamura is in his action mode.
Yes.
Like he's ready to collect the full point to win. You can see on him that, okay, which is the best? I'm winning like this and that.
Knight e2, yeah, I felt like knight e2, bishop c3, activate the bishop, then go d5, knight f, yeah, there are so many.
Well, it seems to be a very stable way of continuing with knight e2.
Yes, bishop goes to c3, cement, everything is protected.
Yeah.
And black doesn't really have counterplay. I mean, a counterplay must be connected somehow to the pawns on the king side, but it's difficult to get them going.
Yeah, this was a very practical decision by Nakamura to play knight e2, bishop c3, because...
you don't need to calculate anything.
And also not to give counter chances to the opponent. It can be sometimes more powerful than the best straightforward calculation, because now he starts pushing maybe even the b pawn. At the best moment he will play d5. He considered it right now to do so.
Is black maybe playing e5 and trying to play according to the Sevilla variation in the
Grunfeld? He wants to go knight d7 and put control over the e5 square. But I think at some point b4, b5 will show up.
d6 is a cute move now.
Oh, yes. d6, but does it hurt me if I go bishop b8, just wait, pretend that it was all part of the plan?
Yeah, maybe it, I mean, the game continues, then knight f4.
Yeah.
But it's a cute move.
Yeah, definitely. d6, if bishop takes d6, e5 forks the pieces. And d6.
And he finds it. Nakamura is so good with these little tactics.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Of course.
Bishop b8.
Bishop b8.
Kind of the only move.
And yeah, knight f4 is brutal. Knight f4, so hitting the h5 pawn, on the board.
Nakamura's body language tells it all.
Yeah,
I'm going to win. There is no way that I'm going to spoil it.
Yeah.
e5 next move, h5 is falling off.
Yeah, Hikaru in beast mode, and I don't know, but I can't really recall when Fabi is not losing to Hikaru. Yeah, Hikaru is dominating Fabi in classical game and now also in freestyle.
I think the last freestyle encounter Fabi actually won in St. Louis, if I'm not mistaken.
In St. Louis, yeah. He won.
Could be. But yeah.
Knight d7 is a nice way of defense, I must say. Because now white has several options to continue.
For example, knight takes h5, then I'm starting knight g7 check. Can I collect the pawn like this? Why not? He takes it.
Does.
King D8. Look
Yeah.
at that.
And now white is stuck in a pin on the H file.
Yes. Okay, D7.
King E7.
Rook H4.
Bishop E5.
We cannot believe, yeah, because bishop takes G3, knight G3, and then knight F5
Yes.
fork we have to mention.
Exactly.
At least we have to mention this tactic because it's very cute. Black takes the rook, but then white.
So what about black playing King F7, threatening Bishop G3?
He should have done so, but he goes knight E5.
King E2.
At least there is some stability for black. I don't see a good move, but at least there is stability.
You're down 2 pawns. That is the problem here, and white should be winning, but it's not over yet.
Okay, rook H6. Can I try to activate the rook? You anyway just fall back with the knight to F4 and unpin yourself should win. Down to 5 seconds.
King F7, knight F4. Takes, takes. Maybe knight F3, knight G2. Well, knight G2, King G6. Of course, Fabi will be fighting until the very end, looking for chances. But white has 2 pawns up, right?
Yes, he will. But basically, this is the victory that Hikaru needed, I think, for his confidence and everything. And if he starts winning, it's not a good news for the tournament because the beast is awakened. B4, yeah. Just like Nicholas was already highlighting long ago. That okay, you can also, Judith, I think you were mentioning it, that you can start pushing the B pawn.
Well, I would have started it much earlier, but it's better late than never.
Yeah, Hikaru kept it in reserve. I'm going to include that pawn when everything else has taken care of. King H5.
But still, the fight is going on.
Yes.
And we know how endgames are. Winning, this is winning, that is winning, and then you make a few mistakes, you're still winning, and then you make another inaccuracy, and then there is an only win, and then you become nervous,
Yeah.
and then you go down on time. So
there is only one move not to win, and you find it. Yeah, it's typical when you have little time on the clock. The one and only move that does not win, it's the typical move that you find with few seconds. Yeah, in fact, I feel that there is some tension here. V5, Bishop C7.
Maybe Bishop F6 would be good.
King G3, G3.
There's a counterplay that black desperately needs.
With King G4. Okay, Hikaru is preparing B6.
B6, Bishop F6, D8, Bishop C7. That can be sometimes
Yes.
unpleasant.
But it takes time. It takes time. And knowing that I was hopelessly lost before, and he takes, wow, what is this? Is it a good idea? Takes, King G4. Very interesting.
Now E5, only winning move E5. This is exactly what you talked about, Peter.
Yeah, I just said
It comes
this
down
scenario.
to this moment. E5, only winning move now.
And intuitively, you don't want to play E5 because King F5, right? I'm just losing the pawn in the.
Yeah, it's not obvious. Yeah, with a check eventually. Yeah, Hikaru cannot believe, and he goes King E3, Bishop B6 check, Bishop D4.
Oh, but
what's happening?
Caruana threw it away already. Bishop D4, and now H5 is winning, or Knight E1.
Which is also not the most obvious win, let's face it.
Knight E1 is kind of understandable that you get out of the knight. On the other hand, knight is a good blockader. No, it's a very tricky position to play with little time on the clock. It's impossible.
The fight is there, 7 seconds, 5 seconds, whew, and Nakamura played H5.
Yeah, just free himself. King takes H5, King F3 probably, yeah, is the key move. Yes, and then you know that the knight starts jumping.
Yeah, Bishop E5, B6, and then the knight comes over to help the pawn on B6.
And now you can see Hikaru knows, yeah. Let me activate that knight. I have this B5 pawn, the black king is far away. The G pawn is doing absolutely nothing anymore. Bishop e5. Knight e3, knight c4, very tempting as well.
Well, the only question is whether you push the pawn first or you bring out the knight. There is not much of a difference, I believe.
Yeah, I think Hikaru felt like I desperately want to activate that knight. I will do that first.
Though, if black could go king h3, maybe it's a draw, don't you think so?
And he tries it.
Exactly.
Yeah, but okay, I can always play king g2, yeah? I'm not...
But I don't see any reason why knight e3 was played and not to put the pawn on b7
That's
first.
true, yes. No need to allow this. Now white should play king g2 or b6. Again, not happy here, Nakamura.
Yeah, down to 7 seconds.
Anytime 6, 5,
yeah,
4.
Anytime you need to calculate, this is hell, yeah, with no time on the clock. You want to be in autopilot.
So now king g5.
Yeah, knight c4. Bishop back somewhere. Okay, but yeah, it's already tricky. You need to calculate.
Well, you're going to put the pawn on e5, the other one on b6, and then you can collect the pawn on g3. This should be a good construction.
Yeah, if you have time to notice it, then yes.
Yes.
Knight d5.
Knight d5.
Blocking out the black king.
Yeah, it's very natural. And then b6, b7, knight b4, knight c6 at some point.
Yeah. v7. And knight b4, knight a6 cannot be stopped.
Yes, cannot be stopped.
But bishop d6 will be played and king e5 there.
But bishop d6, then knight c6.
Yes.
You ruined the party, Peter.
Well, I think Hikaru will ruin it, yes. It's bishop c7. Provoking, inviting knight a6,
yes, because,
please.
Yeah, because if knight c6, king d6.
Yes, but now knight a6 is good enough.
King f3 is the move.
Yeah, it's good, yeah. Just torturing your opponent.
But even this is tricky. King e5.
Then knight c6.
King d6, b8 takes, king e5 back.
And then give a check on c6.
King d6.
Okay, knight b4 and
knight d4, knight. What? Knight b4, king e5.
Knight d3 check, then knight e1. I get it on g2.
Yeah, Peter, spoiling the party again and again.
That's my job. Yeah, but of course, yeah, Fabi is trying everything. Hikaru needs to be careful, but yeah, that's it. Fabi resigns. A big win for Hikaru.
Huge win, just in time. The best moment of the tournament. He's back in business, wins the game. No question about it. He will be one of the qualifiers. And I think all the games has been finished, so maybe we can see the standings after round 7. How we are standing, who is in danger still not to qualify. And here we have the score. Sindarov, the youngsters, has a 1 full point ahead of the best players in the world. Look at that. The young 19 years old from Uzbekistan. 6 points out of 7 rounds. And then Caruana, who just lost a very painful game against Nakamura. And Firouzja, who had a winning position against Magnus, could not convert it, and he has also 5 points. Then Magnus is 3.5 together with Keymer. And Nakamura is up there. He's back in the safe zone. And still, we see several players there. Gukesh still does not find his way in this tournament. I think he just wants to get over, be in the top 8, and then let's start from scratch the quarterfinal. And then we see Abdusattorov. He's back 2.5. So it was today is not a good day for him. And Fedoseev made a fantastic victory over Aronian and made his step forward, being one of the participants still to fight for the qualification.
Yeah, it's the fight for 8th place is heating up. Yeah, Fedoseev is back. Abdusattorov is suddenly in the danger zone after losing 2 games in a row. It's going to be hell of a fight.
And in the next round, Gukesh will play with Fedoseev, so you never know. Gukesh is not in a great form for the moment. And, well, Aronian kind of basically only spoils other fun. Actually, he can spoil Magnus's fun, because that's what's going to be in the next round, I believe. So still, there is a lot at stake for the 8th place, but Gukesh cannot afford himself to lose in the next round, definitely, to stay somehow there one way or another. He just wants to be in the top 8 and then forget about disqualification, because he's struggling so heavily.
And also look at when you see the wins, yeah, that Gukesh has not yet won a game and Fedoseev has won 2, yeah, so it shows that, yeah, Vladimir is losing a lot of games, but actually he has this fighting spirit, he has this character to win freestyle games, and this he has shown in the qualification. And at the moment, I think Gukesh, if he wins one game, then things will become so much more natural, yeah, then the wins are coming to you, but as long as you don't win, psychologically there is always this pressure.
Well, this round had a lot of exciting moments. We've seen some of them, but maybe we can see some recap. What could be the moments we haven't seen, for example, Nicholas? Can we see, what would you suggest, Firouzja and Magnus, or do you see something else, or you have something in mind what could be something we haven't seen and it could be interesting?
As every round, we are spoiled by the pairings here. Could be also interesting to see a game between Abdusattorov and Sindarov. And looking at the final position, this seemed to be quite a game. So actually, let's pick this one and let's have a look at maybe the Firouzja Carlsen game another time. So Sindarov continuing his run, scoring a 5th win already in the tournament. Let's see how he did it again with the black pieces even. So Abdusattorov with white here, c takes b4, queen takes b4, knight e6 developed here. White is a bit better, the knights are coming out, castle, castle, bishop to c7, knight ef5, a strong move, hitting the pawn on e7 and maybe also having ideas to go after this pawn on g7. Let's see how this continues. Bishop takes g3. So actually here Abdusattorov was in great shape. Queen e5, hitting the knight and the rook. The queen drops back, I suppose. No, bishop c2, offering the rook on a1. So if black takes the rook, then there's bishop b2, queen takes a2, and rook a1, trapping the black queen. And white will have great play here with the queen against the rooks. This is what happened. Yes. This is what happened. Yes. So d6, bishop b3 was maybe a step in the wrong direction. It was interesting to try to go for f4 and maybe later f5. So bishop b3, knight c5, bishop back. Yeah, this does not instill confidence. I'm not sure what happened here for Abdusattorov. He must have overlooked something. Now the position is equal. e3, a5, and now black is already better because of the strong pass pawn on a4, supported by the rook in the corner. And yeah, this feels very uncomfortable to play, especially in a rapid game with little time on the clock. Much easier now for black. The rook came in, and now queen takes b7 was a decisive mistake, and we have to come to an end soon. So here a piece dropped and there was just too much material and black managed to win. Wow, quite a comeback from Sindarov, and I think we are ready to see what pairings we'll have for the next round, for round number 8.
Yeah, thank you for showing this game, and Sindarov is in a fantastic form, so let's listen and interview with him what he has to say and share with us.
So I'm here with Javokhir Sindarov, who's just come off an almost perfect day here at Weissenhaus. Javokhir, you seem to love freestyle chess.
Yeah. Today, I think one of my best days, yeah. Okay, I was first time playing against Magnus over the board. Yeah, I think I was played very good games, and also draw against Gukesh, I was completely winning, yeah, sure. But the reason was I was start very well. I think first game I was completely draw, and then my opponent, Vincent was doing. Vincent wanted to play for win, but so giving some chances, and I realized it. Sure. It was give me belief to myself, so that's why I think I was played very good today.
Yeah, I mean 4.5 out of 5, right? That's nearly perfect. Like you said, you nearly won that 5th game as well. But how does it feel being here, all the best players in the world? You said it's nearly one of your best days. Is that in your whole career?
Yeah. Because I was first time playing super tournament, but okay, it doesn't matter. It was freestyle chess or chess. So I'm playing like players Carlsen, Hikaru, Caruana, so I was really no. At first it was funny, of course, to play against him. I was feeling very good. Just play good chess, and okay, somewhere. Okay, I was somewhere. I got a good position, and okay, why I cannot play against them for win and yeah, sure, I was, but for me it was hard game against Aronian because I think the position I cannot remember which position was very hard to play. Really interesting position, but there are so many ideas, so that's why I was got after the opening I think 3 or 4 minutes against 7, so that's why it was a very hard game. But okay, he do some mistakes in middle game, that's why I won. But other games, I think I was played very perfect. Against Gukesh also some traps. Yeah, we found some traps when we was analyzed, and it was helps to me.
Yeah, I mean, do you get nervous playing the best players in the world, or does it inspire you? Because today you seemed very cool, at least on the camera.
Yeah, I was little bit nervous before the start tournament, but okay, my coach and my parents tells to me just relax and play against the top players. It's your first time, so that's why okay, I just feeling good and try to play my best games. Yeah.
And you mentioned your coach. Maybe you could tell us, our viewers, about your coach, or is it a secret?
No, I think every player was now here, but I don't want to tell the camera.
Okay. That's for the behind-the-scenes episode.
Yeah.
But, you also qualified for this event through the online qualifier. You came second there, but then you got this opportunity last minute to play. Was that a surprise?
Yeah. In the online qualification, I was played around 20 games and just lose 1 game, and I don't know how many games I won, but
in the final, right?
Yeah, but I was playing very well. I was beat in a qualification for Weiss and Prague, then okay, UNE, and last final match against Fedosev, it was very crazy match, I think, because we are together played very well, but okay, I will start with winning, and second position I have some tricky draw I didn't solve, but he was played very well, and respect him. Okay, after I think 2 weeks, or no, I think after 3 days after the qualification, I was played Bundesliga against St. Pauli, and then I think we are playing against your team. Then I meet Mr. Jan Henrik Büttner and Mr. Sebastian. They told me just hello. I think what's wrong here? What's wrong here? Just only hello. And after 3 or 2 days, they told me we have free place in Weissenhaus, and if you want to play, we're happy to see you. Okay, I was a little bit shocked, and okay,
nice surprise,
and very happy for sure.
Yeah. Nice. Is it cool playing alongside Nodirbek here as well? 2 players from Uzbekistan.
Yeah, it's very cool. I think tomorrow I think we will meet each other in the first round.
Okay.
Yeah, it's I was very excited to play here, Nodirbek, and also in other top grandmasters.
Yeah, and final question: what are your goals for the rest of the event? You've started strong. Are you going to win?
Yeah, I think tournament just only started, and okay, I think I'm already qualified. But the important thing to play very good in classical chess, because I think it's a very different game in classical or rapid freestyle chess. So that's why I will do some preparation for classical. I don't know, but now I will not think about it.
And I guess now you're, like you said, pretty much already qualified for the knockouts.
Yeah.
How hard are you going to push tomorrow? Are you going to try and get top place so you get the first pick of opponents?
No, doesn't matter. I just want to relax from this game because I was enjoyed for all of my games here, and yeah, it was. You don't need a prepper, just 4 or 5 hours before the game. Yeah, I'm just relaxed. Yeah, I think I woke up today in 12 and come play in 1 o'clock. Yeah.
Typical chess player.
Yeah, typical chess player. Yeah.
So, ladies and gentlemen, Javokhir Sindarov, almost perfect chess today, 4.5 out of 5. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks a lot.
Well, beautiful interview with Sindarov, a young, talented person who just happened to be here in this tournament. He didn't know what to expect from the event. At the same time, he's just killing everybody and leading the tournament. And now already he can think about not only the next upcoming 2 games still of today, but already he can think about the quarterfinals, who he wants to be choosing as his opponent. But right now we see already the position, number 477 of freestyle options, and the players are already discussing what are to be discovered in this position. And again, we have the kings on the E1 and E8 squares. And I'm very curious if now having the queen on H1, not on B1 and A1, whether are the players still looking B4, C4 and play there, or finally it's going to be maybe 1 E4 or some kind of brave move like this. What do you think, Peter?
Well, trying to look at what the players are looking at. Also, the knights are B1, C1. The bishop on D1. Yeah, again, the bishop is on D1. It's kind of tricky. I love this, that Hikaru and Fabiano, they are very nicely discussing things, preparing for all the games, and then we have seen what happened in the previous game. Yeah, when it matters, then they play a crazy fight. And this is, of course, this is lovely. This is how we like it.
I loved what they had on the board, E4, E5, F4. It's quite a different kind of king's gambit, right, than we are used to.
Yes, with queen on H1. On the other hand, the rook is already on F1, yeah? So,
Well, again, G4 could be a possibility here. Immediately an attacker from H1. The queen attacks the B7 pawn. And what do you think, Nicholas, about the position? What are the new opportunities here that the queen is completely in a different location on the board?
Yeah, I find it interesting that the 2 groups are discussing very different starting moves, at least from what we've seen, and the viewers have seen that Carlsen and the others, they looked at G4 as the first move to immediately open up the queen, hit the pawn on B7. Always check the unprotected pawns. There's one on B7 here. Whereas this group, which is playing with the black pieces, they are mostly looking at 1 E4, and I took a little peek as well. E4 is actually the strongest move in the starting position, so I'm wondering if Carlsen is swaying the others to play G4 when it would not be ideal, or if they choose maybe E4 or some other move as well. And also what that means that they are not looking at G4 at all, it seems like, the entire time. So that might be also a surprise. But yes, it's definitely quite different with the queen now on the other side of the board. Also, you have to check where to place your king. And I think this is why G4 maybe is not ideal, because you might just want to put your king on the king side and castle short. And when you play G4, you don't really want to put your king there anymore.
But it's so funny what they are showing right now on the board. E4, F5.
Yes.
EF, G6, FG, Queen B2, GH. I mean, it's like, they are so much in this gambit mode. If you look at it, I mean, it's just so funny.
But this is what we have seen from Magnus last year, that in this pre-game analysis, they started sacrificing all pawns. And then the G4 move actually brings back beautiful memories for Magnus, because with G4 he beat Fabiano in the decisive game in the final. And in fact, after G4, Fabi made a wrong first move and Magnus got a clear advantage, and he won that game convincingly. So very interesting.
But I see the King's Gambit is a, wow, takes G5. Ooh, that's kind of funny. G5 because the B2 pawn is hanging suddenly. So maybe we can say it's a huge blunder to play F4, EF, Rook F4. Quite unexpected things. Knight on D6 will look quite amazing, I think, in these scenarios.
But can you imagine in a king's gambit that you take e takes f4 and then with g5 you protect the pawn and activate the queen from h8? Yeah, it's wonderful.
I think maybe f5, but just take rook takes and then try to...
No, actually, I don't think e4, e5, f4 is the best way for white. I think it's too brave and risky.
But if you can't really follow up e4, e5 with f4, then why do you play e4? Yeah, that's also kind of a human question. Or is maybe something like knight d3 and then preparing f4 and capturing with the knight? But
or even maybe g3 and f4, though king on e1, it's not so optimized. But why? After e4, e5, I could do knight c3, come out with the bishop and the knight, and castle long, and only later on to play f4.
That actually makes a lot of sense. And we have seen it, I believe that the players did spoke about this, that knight c3, knight b3, and trying to go for long castle d4.
They're still looking at g4. I don't know if they even have considered another starting move. So both parties are really looking at completely different starting moves. I wonder if they're all going to go g4 now, even though it's objectively not the best move.
Don't do it. Yeah, it's just because of this memory that it worked to perfection in last year's final. But
you don't like g4.
I don't like g4. No.
I like g4.
The big difference to this game that you're referencing is that then the king could easily go to the queen side. The king was already on d1, but here the king is more on the king side, so it's a different story. And
yeah, let's pick a game. Which game are we going to follow?
Maybe this one we see on the screen right here, which is going to be very vital for the who makes it to the knockout stage.
Yes, definitely. Fedoseev Gukesh is one of the crucial games for the outcome of who is going to be continuing tomorrow in this fantastic Grand Slam event. So let's see the players. Aronian is basically his main...
g4 on the board by Fedoseev.
You see?
Yes.
You see? g4. g4 is the move.
Well, who knows if it's the move, but it's played, yeah? Certainly.
Maybe we can have the bird's eye
C6 question mark.
Just to see what the other players are doing as well, just in the beginning.
Yeah, it would be very interesting to see how many g4s do we have.
Yeah, maybe we can go back to the bird's eye view just to observe how the others decided, what is going on the other boards.
And g4, c6, knight d3, this was exactly the position, the final position that the players had on their analysis board before leaving. Super funny. To me, this knight on d3 looks strange. Where is this knight heading? Is knight c5 maybe somewhere, some idea? Why was this such an important priority to activate exactly this knight? Nicholas, do you have some clue, or you are checking out other games?
I'm just curious what the others are doing. Magnus actually played g3 after all. After they have discussed g4 the entire time, he just goes g3. Maybe you just want to get the others on a not great path. No, of course, I'm just kidding. And Sindarov went g4 as well. And Abdusattorov also went g4. So but Vincent went f4 actually. No e4, in fact. So they were looking at e4 the entire time, and not a single white game started with e4. So quite interesting. Yes, so let's see how the Fedoseev game developed here in the first few moves. We see g4, c6, not ideal. Knight c6 would be better, or maybe knight d6. I guess after c6 you just don't have a natural square for the knight to be developed anymore, and this is an issue maybe down
Actually,
the road.
this happened also last year. Yeah, that c6 was blitzed out by Fabi, and it turned out to be a very big mistake. And after g5, I was thinking that I would go knight c6 just because of this memory that I will not go c6.
Yes, absolutely. Knight c6 would have been the way to do it. Instead, c6 was played, knight to d3, and the knight is developed, g6, and now f4 claiming space, bishop b6, and e4 claiming more space in the center. And now Gukesh went for d6, another move that is somehow blocking the knights. What is he going to do with them? I guess this knight can go here, but what about the knight on c8? White is clearly better.
Develop the bishop from d1, go long castle, and
I think maybe g5 next, bishop g4, long castle, and White is very promising.
Very ambitious, yeah. If you feel like you won't have the luxury of spending time on g5, yeah, getting the bishop to g4 and then long castle, wow. Yeah, this is how you can get into a lot of trouble right at the very start. Yeah, and it will be very different in classical chess, yeah, when the players will have time to think, because sometimes you really have to spend 10-15 minutes before you make up your mind for already move one.
It seemed Fedoseev decided to play bishop f3 immediately with the threat of a castle, or more to specify, just a plan to castle, because he didn't find important to play g5 and bishop g4. It would cost him an extra tempo. He thinks bishop f3, good enough, long castle, and then maybe e5 and ready to open up. And also it can be maybe very good, the bishop on f3, so it attacks after e5. So the knight is out, black is also ready to castle long if he wants.
Yeah, now I even wonder, do we castle with white? Because this knight on d3 is a little bit ugly. Yeah, it's clear that, at least to me, that if I go long castle, I would really love to push d4. But the knight is in the way, otherwise I'm not exactly sure why is this castle so important, or just, okay, it's nice to get the king to safety. That's your problem.
Well, I would just rather have it there to have space for my rook on e1 if I want. e5, that's the move which I would be thinking a lot. I mean, what benefits me to have the king on e1? That's my question.
Yes. I was thinking like trying to open some front like a4 and then pretend that the rook on a1 is already nicely placed, then maybe king d1, king c1, that we make this artificial castling and...
Really in the spirit of freestyle.
I don't know if it's a good idea, but I felt like at least I'm going to mention it as a commentator. a4, a5 blitzed out. Okay, Fedoseev, yeah, he's kind of a player who could maybe be interested to figure it out. By the way, some rook a3, rook b3, hitting that knight on b6, then maybe with rook, you will only be able to defend it with rook a6. No, he goes e5 immediately. Very aggressive.
Yeah, it's very much straightforward to do it, I understand.
Cutting the queen out of the game, eyeing the knight on b6, that's why the pawn on e5 is not hanging yet.
So what happens if d takes e5, fe5, knight c4?
Yes, the fe, knight c4, and I'm expecting that Fedoseev has here some very special, clever move. Okay, he has e6, but e6 shouldn't be the idea. So hang on, d takes e5. Okay, f takes e5, natural. Could I take with the knight? Maybe I can take with the knight on e5. Is that a possibility? It did not even cross my mind before, but trying to get d4 in.
Yeah. If knight e5,
then
you go
queen
b6.
Exactly.
And the g8 bishop is not optimal, to say the least.
Yes. Yeah, so probably this, yeah, because getting rid of this horrible knight from d3 could be a clever idea. All right, so that's why Gukesh is taking his time after e5, d takes e5, knight e5. At least the evil bar confirmed that that's a serious move.
Then e5 is a very powerful move. Very annoying for black side.
Very unpleasant. And now we also understand why a4, a5 was included, yeah, to soften, to weaken the knight on b6.
Yeah, it doesn't look good. And actually, if you think about it, just few moves earlier, what happened? Black played bishop b6, captured on g1, exchanged the bishop, so actually it benefited white.
Yes.
Because the queen from h1, where it was not doing too much, went to g1, and suddenly actually from g1 it's an attacker.
Yes.
Because Fedoseev was clever enough to play a4, a5, and e5, so he combined all the benefits of the pieces, how to make it a real teamwork between the pieces.
Yeah, exactly. It's after all, he revealed after the qualification that once he qualified, he has already more than 1,000 games played online. He's a big freestyle chess fan. He loves it, and I do remember that also in Reykjavik in 2022 in the World Championship, he was doing extremely well.
Well, again, we see a position which, from white side, it's completely a position of a kind of a classical game. Of course, the D2 pawn, B2 pawn without a C1 bishop is giving away the information that it's not exactly. But I can't even say that I would rather see the pawn on D4 than on D2 at this point.
Yeah, no, it's very nice like this as it is. And it's like a horrible Pierce that went on King D8, King C7. Okay, a fine little touch, a beautiful move. It just shows also the class of Gukesh that, yes, it's a crazy position. He might be under pressure, but he finds some very nice little ideas. Artificial castling. The computer might not like it, but humanly I like it. It changes the character of the game. And as long as White's knight is on D3, I feel like I have some stability with black, yeah, because...
You don't like this knight on D3?
No, not at all.
Am I right? It's like the fifth time you're telling this knight
Exactly.
I don't like on D3.
Yes.
What a rebellious attitude against the D3 knight.
Yes, yes. And eventually I see some G6, G5 ideas also coming.
What a funny
fighting.
move, Queen D4.
Yeah, Queen D... and G5, is that a move? No, computer doesn't approve it, but it's still... If I trying to play short castle, is that a move? It's a legal move. Who knows? Yeah, because why not? The king is safe
actually, I think
there.
White wants to play B4 at some point.
Yes, but then also you might want, okay, F5 on the board, opening up the bishop, but not challenging the E5 pawn. Yeah, now this,
Opening up the bishop, but what actually the bishop is doing there? Nothing for the moment.
well, maybe bishop C4, targeting that ugly knight that I'm talking about, and then getting access to the E5 pawn. Okay, clever. I'm loving it. I'm not giving up on black yet. F5.
And you will go on and criticize the D3 knight.
Well, I'm actually humanly worried of B3, and then I turn to Nicholas and I see that the computer also, I think, confirms, because I don't see other move for black than bishop C4. If this idea is taken care of, GF, GF happened, automatically recapture. Computer said, no, forget about the pawn, you should have used your chance to go bishop C4, but okay, we will not be dealing with this finesses. Now again, White has the chance to stop it. Just B2, B3, and black is in Zugzwang. As you said, the bishop is doing nothing on G8. It can only do something if it reaches C4. Okay, long castles. Yes, finally.
What a relief for black, finally out. The A8, H8 queen is not unprotected anymore.
Yeah, because King C7, he takes D6. Let's just put it to highlight that King C6 would have been a horrible blunder, because after E takes D6 check, E takes D6, Queen takes H8. The queen is unprotected, as Judith mentioned it. So always watch out. Always some craziness can happen.
So bishop C4, a key move to try to ease on black's position. Rook Fe1, protecting the E5. So what really happens after rook D1? Black can go King C7 already. There is no rush to capture on D3. Or is it? Because knight F2 will be played and push away with B3?
King C7, yeah, on the board. Okay, keeping the tension, it makes a lot of sense, because if you take bishop takes this, then I will have time to take with the queen, then sidestep with the queen and then push d4. Okay, knight f2, yeah, but still, at least you cannot push d4 so easily. Rook a8 to
well,
d8.
you can do b3 and after that to go queen e3 and d4
Yes.
if you want it so much.
It's a horrible position for black. Yeah. And wow, what a chance for Fedoseev. Yeah, if he wins this game, then he will get to 3 points. Then Gukesh and, okay, we don't know what's happening in Abdusattorov's game, but suddenly situation will be completely out of control.
And so far, every time we're watching a Fedoseev game, he has won it.
Yes.
So and if he does, he is definitely back in contention. Actually, it could be if Abdusattorov loses with white against Firouzja, that suddenly Abdusattorov is on the 9th place and out of the knockout, out of a qualification spot. Of course, we have one more round to go after this one, but it's heating up a lot. And we should also remind the viewers that if several players are tied for the 8th place, then there will be a tie break. So they will play a match, or depending on how many players are tied, maybe a little short round robin with a blitz time control. So Fedoseev definitely still has a chance here. If he wins this game, he is back in contention for sure. So very, very important game, as we see the bishop dropping back to a6, but the bishop not really making a big impression here. However, at the same time, it's not clear how white is improving his position. It's not obvious at all, Judith.
Well, and basically from c4 there was not much of an option for black, right? I mean, the only other square was bishop f7, and then if the white queen moves, e6 is a threat. So it seems like the safest place is the bishop, for the bishop is a6. I'm not saying it's the best place for the bishop, because for now it's just there and eating air on that diagonal. But yeah, queen e3 is something very logical move. At the same time, the question is whether black can break out with d takes e5, f4, knight c5.
Yeah, it's played, but there is queen d4 after f4.
Yeah, because after queen e4, knight c5.
Traps the queen. Exactly, yeah, but queen d4 is played. Rook f5, okay, black had to go for this. There is some concrete action.
There can be some tactics. But the queen on d4 suddenly can be vulnerable, because all kind of jumps for the knight from d7 to f6, f8, I don't know where. But it can cause some trouble for white.
Yeah, I think it's kind of the best position for Gukesh in the whole game, yeah, that suddenly there is clarity, he knows what he's playing for, his pieces make sense. Unless white has a super move here, he might be wanting a comeback. Does white have the chance to play bishop g4? Can I do this?
Well, white has to be very precise, I believe. Yeah. What about knight e5 right now?
Well, then queen e4. And then suddenly everything is hanging.
True, and rook g5, h4, or queen f4.
Queen f4, h4, yeah. Many
okay, so what about knight f6 here?
Yes. Okay, I have queen c5 as a move.
Well, you say if there is so much option,
no,
but
because
also
some
queen
no, because some queen sacrifice always also considering, but it was not yet winning. So yeah, then if there is nothing winning, then I stick to queen c5.
But probably queen c5
is winning, yeah. Yes. Yeah.
Is it, Nicholas? After knight f6, is queen c5 wins for white?
No. Knight f6 is the best move, and then queen c5 is the best response. And white is better, but winning would be too strong here. So after queen c5, black can trade on g4, white takes back. And yes, there are some pawns hanging here, but black could defend this pawn and hit the knight on g4, and then still, after knight f2, it seems like this pawn will be lost, but maybe black has some compensation. In the end, white is clearly better, but still quite messy, I would say. So after bishop g4, big moment here. c5 also an option for Gukesh, hitting the queen, forcing the queen to go to e4, but at the same time, you're also further weakening your black king. So after rook takes e5, queen takes f4, this does not look attractive. The white king very safe, the black king pretty weak. So this would be looking good.
Looks very scary for black.
Absolutely. So Gukesh also down to 3 minutes, and he has played a move. He has played rook f8. Not
Sad
one
move.
of the top choices, just retreating with the rook. Didn't he just play rook f5?
Exactly.
And now plays rook back?
Yeah.
This is not how he wanted it to go, for sure, Peter.
Yeah, he blitzed out the move d takes c5, fe, f4, and then rook f5, hoping that now he gets counterplay. It was absolutely understandable, a very human reaction. And then suddenly when we also spotted bishop g4, then we went, wait a second, how are we reacting? Gukesh also couldn't find, he retreats with the rook to f8, and this hurts him, because now white should get time to stabilize and maintain a wonderful position.
But it's interesting with Gukesh that his strength is not in short time controls.
Yes, not in
we can see, and he also expressed it, that he's not specializing on blitz or something like that. Also in Vaikanze, he was tying for first, and then against Pragmananda in the playoff, even though he won his first the playoff, he lost the second and the Armageddon game. And here also we can see that when you have to make decisions very fast, it can backfire for him.
Yes, yes. Also, he doesn't have so much experience, I believe, yeah, because he played last year here. Also, then he was kind of struggling. He wasn't really enjoying. I think probably he was enjoying, but not the positions that he was getting. And I always feel like it's very important when you play freestyle chess, random chess, that when things are going good, you have good experiences, then you feel like, yeah, this is wonderful, yeah, and you feel that this game is a friend of yours. And if you are constantly getting into trouble, then it's so difficult. Then you feel like, yeah, my pieces are always ugly, I never get harmony, and I'm never able to show my real strengths, yeah.
Well, when you win your game, somehow, you know, you like the game, you like the atmosphere, you like the place, you like the hotel, you like the food, right? Somehow everything becomes much nicer. H5, provoking white. Are you going to take on D7, moving back to H3, or moving back to F3? Not to F3 probably, because then Rook F5 might come again there, but Bishop H3 seems to be the logical continuation.
Yeah, it's a natural move. But he seems to be making another move. Yeah, the way he touched the bishop, it did not. It showed like he moves in the other direction. No, he goes bishop. No, this is okay. Yeah, bishop h3 should have been played automatically. But Fedoseev is up on the clock. This is also kind of nice that you shouldn't be rushing. Making sure that you have everything under control is the main priority in such positions.
Well, Black King is kind of in safe position on b8, but I'm not sure. Is it really so much better on b8 than on c7?
Well, the knight on b6 is hanging again, yes, so the knights are tied together. And on the other hand, at least he is sidestepping out of these queen c5 businesses, just in case.
d3.
d3.
Cutting off the bishop for quite a long time after that.
In general, all the black minor pieces are just looking horrible, honestly, on the queen side here. The bishop being locked out completely on a6, having no perspective at all right now, just biting on this pawn. Then we have the knight on b6, that is also not in the game, so yeah, it's not looking pretty for black. This is what I was just highlighting, the bishop here. Not having any scope, and the white is definitely much better, but still somehow black is fairly solid. So
and time is ticking, yeah. He's
time
also
is ticking as well, yes.
Under time pressure, yeah. He moved the queen to g7. There was not much he could do.
I would think king b2 is an option to strengthen the position, because for now this is the biggest problem for black, I think, that it's hard to make a move.
Yes.
Especially, I mean, the a6 bishop cannot make a move. The d7 knight cannot make a move because the b6 knight is hanging. Right now the b6 knight cannot make a move because the d7 is hanging. So it's only the queen and the f8 rook which can be moving around, right?
So basically the professional move is king b2 and the answer is king a8, yeah, immediately, yeah, because the king on a8 is safer than on b8, and then tossing back the ball to white's court and saving some time. Yeah? Gukesh already doesn't have time to think for 1 minute, how do I solve the problems? He has to hope that Fedoseev will not find the right way and he will be able to react.
At the same time, white has mostly optimized his piece's position, but still he has to make a decision how to improve the position right now, right? Is he going to be moving away with the queen to e4?
Yes.
And then d4 at some point, but after queen e4, knight c5 is possible. And then queen has to move back to f3, let's say. That's an alternative. And in that case, actually, I'm not even sure that king on b2 is better placed. b4, what an aggressive continuation.
Wow, so he wants to prepare a5, kick that knight from b6. It's also typical of Fedoseev, yeah, that he wants to go for the maximum. But okay, looking at this from black's perspective, I feel like if action heats up, that is not such a bad news for black. Yeah, black was like a sitting duck, didn't know what to do, and any kind of action Yeah, it helps. I really believe that this could give Gukesh some chances, unless he gets just crushed right away.
Well, right now the b1 king does not seem to be the safest in this position. I think we can say that it's more exposed than the black king, or it can be. If, let's say one day the e5 pawn would disappear and black could be taking. But now it's a good question what black has to do. Whether would he be playing knight d5, for example? Would that make it better or worse? Probably worse.
Yes,
but
worse. Yeah.
takes. What do you do? d4 is maybe not so optimal because on the c file some weaknesses.
Yes. Well, I felt like I would place maybe my queen back to d4, just to cement the e5 pawn, and then rely on this powerful h3 bishop. Yeah, that the knight on d7 and the rook on d8 cannot really move.
Yeah. Then what else for black?
But yeah, maybe it was a good practical choice by Fedoseev. Yeah, after all, Gukesh is done on the clock. Only he has 1:15, even less already, and not obvious. Yeah, he has new questions to be answered. Knight d5 played. Not a happy choice. I don't think that he's happy, but yeah, what to do? You have to make a move.
e6.
e6, surprise. Okay, knight leaves the bishop on h3 is kind of buried. I'm not a fan, and black gets rook d6. Black gets a d6 square. Nicholas, tell us, it feels wrong. Is it true?
It is wrong, yeah, for sure. Fedoseev has gone from a position where he was completely safe just a few moves ago. Here his king is super safe on b1. He can slowly try to improve king b2. Maybe go for some ideas like knight c4 was possible, but needs to be calculated because the pawn would be hanging. To going, opening his king, weakening his pawn structure in the process, and now after knight d5, which was actually the best move for black here, trading the knights, opening the c file for the rook. Now after e6 he is even worse, because as you said, the bishop is blocked out, and also it feels like the queen is well placed and their ideas, it's much easier. Black has ideas suddenly to play for. And now it's anybody's game, really. Queen h7 should be played now.
But this is difficult because f4 pawn is hanging with a check.
This is the entire idea.
Exactly.
Okay, he goes knight to g4, also a decent move. And I think anything can happen here. I mean, as you guys said, rook d6 can become a very powerful idea like this. To bring the rook over, and maybe black can start an attack against the white king. So it feels just unnecessary that he went for this Fedoseev. But as you said, Peter, it's his style. He likes to go for concrete play. He likes to attack, put maximum pressure, but he's also just risking much more than he needed to.
Well, the game was very clearly on favor of Fedoseev until that point, until he played b4. It's a typical move which probably for Karpov would not come to mind. He would be just so happy that the opponent cannot make moves with his pieces. And now the bishop on a6, in one hand we could say that it's completely out of the game. At the same time, it's such a defender, right? Such a defender, so white cannot even dream too much as an attack. And the king b1 still, I believe that it can get in trouble after rook d6, the way Nicholas, you were saying it. Now, of course, some pawns are falling off for black, but still the extra pawn for white will not be so beneficial because black is bringing his other rook to c8. The queen on g7 is just exceptionally well placed on that diagonal. So white is can be in big danger, but definitely something to look after for white on everywhere, basically.
Yes, and we already noticed that Gukesh is always looking for initiative, looking for counterplay. And I think in time trouble, he couldn't have dreamed of a better position from what he had. There is all to play for. He can even win the game. It's not just defending and then maybe I survive or not. There are different scenarios where he can. Actually, the plan that Hikaru used against Gukesh, this rook moves to c8, queen f8, queen d8, and then trying to go rook b6 is also in the game. Queen b2, queen h6 on the board. Black is already. By the way, let's not forget about the f pawn. That maybe f3, f2 can happen.
Black's winning. black is winning now.
Absolutely.
F3, the black pawn is too strong.
And queen e3, rook b6 coming. Look at this perfect construction. What a shock for Fedoseev.
And it's so self-inflicted. There was no need to go for this. There was no need to open your king with b4. He had everything under control. And now after queen e3, he's just losing. And the position is also easy to play. Rook b6, f2. So much activity. It has gone horribly wrong for Fedoseev.
Well, the turning point was b4, I believe, that it was too fast. And maybe a wrong judgment of the exact position. Suddenly black is really activated with his queen to e3, wonderful post for the queen. Rook on d6 will not be stopped. Of course, a5 now is played because it's basically the only move, I believe, to play. But now d4, rook d5, rook b5 can be another way of thinking, or just to play f2 first and then look around how to improve after.
Yeah, white is paralyzed, yeah, basically.
The f2, you just don't move anything anymore, really.
Plus rook f4 is also possible to
Yes.
bring the other rook, and then you can play queen c5. So there are a lot of options for black right now to improve his position.
None
And
of
for
white's
white,
rooks are moving. Yeah.
what about the beautiful g4 bishop? Sorry to be ironic.
Okay, at least it's protected. Yeah, it's not hanging, but yeah, it's hopeless. Yeah, f2 played. It's so natural, very easy play for Gukesh. He's very strong with initiative. I don't see Fedoseev surviving this, and that would actually put Fedoseev in a very tough spot, and Gukesh can be very happy and basically celebrate qualification.
Yeah, maybe we can zoom in on the players now, as they both have just 1 minute on the clock. So we're not going to be analyzing a whole lot more, as this game is really getting into its final stage. Queen b4 has been played.
So rook f4, queen d2. At least this is a resource, but
And queen e5.
it won't really
Or queen g3.
matter much. But okay, he goes rook c8. Even rook c5, rook b5. Yeah, that's what he wants.
Yeah, it's a quite disappointing shift what happened in the last 10 moves for Fedoseev, who had an
Queen d2.
amazing position after the opening.
He has to play queen d2. Yeah, he played it. Now at least the f2 pawn is hanging, so black will have to deliver checkmate.
But he might.
He might, yeah. Rook f2.
But at least there's some hope for white. Now, if I
Exactly.
somehow survive the attack, then, you know, maybe I could even win again. But first he has to survive the
Queen
attack. which
b5,
is-
king c1, probably white wants to escape with his king somehow through d2, e2, somehow go to the other side.
Yeah, queen a4. Because king b2 runs into rook c5, I believe, and then rook b5 check is coming. If that comes, it's over.
You need to run. You need to play the queen somewhere to
Maybe
g5.
queen g5,
Yes.
attack on e7,
Yes.
counter-attack.
That was exactly the reason why computer said that queen b3 was somehow even stronger, because then the d3 pawn
Yes.
is hanging. But okay, of course, with little time on the clock, queen a4 was so much more natural. Queen e3 played.
But now queen a5, why not to take that first?
Yes, absolutely. Best move.
Just collecting, yeah. Queen d4, can I somehow coordinate, stabilize?
Rook b6.
And my king can't run.
Yeah, that's the most important, I think,
Yes.
that black stops white king of running, because maybe even here, if white would be on move king d2, just give up the c2 pawn, but put your king into safety, or safer.
Yeah, safety. is still
Safety, I
far
don't know
away,
if I
yes.
will find on this board, but
Yeah, queen a5 on the board.
and Gukesh is down to 33 seconds.
Okay, queen d4 will be played. It's the only
Queen
move.
d4 or queen e5, possibly. What do you think?
Yes, that's true. It's also a move. On the board, queen e5.
And now rook c3, rook a3 is very powerful.
Yeah, because now after rook c3 is wow.
Okay,
That's
king
too
a8.
slow.
Okay, but professional.
Professional, but too slow. Oh, c4.
c4. Wow.
Opening
Gukesh
gun.
can't believe it. How can he play such a move?
Will he take bishop takes c4?
Well, As we say, surprise is very important in chess. This is one of that.
Yes.
A total shock with no time. Rook b6.
Best move.
Rook
C4
c2.
was brave.
Yeah, rook c2, or how does white intend to survive?
Black's plan is to play rook b3, rook a3, or rook b3, queen b4.
Yeah. Rook c2 will be played here on the board. Yeah, rook b3 is it's kind of game over.
Yeah, rook b3, very unpleasant. Probably white can go. Oh,
No, he gave a
white
check.
can escape. White can escape.
Okay,
King e3.
at least run, yeah?
Run for your life.
King e3.
He runs.
Go, go, go.
King e3, and then
King f4,
okay,
king g5.
Vamos, yeah.
d4,
Just
d5. I don't know.
somewhere. It's certainly safer than getting checkmated on c1. Nothing to lose already. King is
Rook c3.
rook d8, rook c3, of course. Yeah, definitely.
Unexpected hopes for white, suddenly.
But no, the black king is just so safe with the bishop on a6, you're just not getting to it. Oh, queen b2 is a mistake.
Queen b2.
He moved it back. He realized that white can take on c4.
But he anyway has to move the queen.
He has to move the queen. He should have played rook b3 here. He plays queen b2, and now d takes c4. He can take the pawn. And white is back in business. Position is equal.
Wow. The nerves.
White is a pawn up. I know, this is the last thing you would say, but that h3 pawn made queen in this game.
Yeah, and the good news is that now the bishop from a6 is shut out of the game thanks to d takes c4. Yeah, trade on d1. White collects
Rook e6 is possible.
extra 10 seconds. Yeah, rook e6. But okay, with white we don't worry of that.
But maybe black has to do it. I mean, I don't see anything against it.
I think he should, yeah. He does.
Okay, good judgment, yeah, that he understood that he cannot checkmate anymore.
What a nerve-wracking game, my goodness.
And after all, Fedosiev needs the win much more than Gukesh, yeah? So draw is not a disaster for Gukesh.
King f2 only move, he finds it. King e1 has to be played.
Yeah, it's played.
And he could repeat moves here if he wants to.
No, he doesn't. No, he will play on.
Yes.
Fedosiev is walking with his king on a minefield.
Yes, this is still so scary.
I could imagine having more time at such a position. But white can take on a e7.
He can take on e7, the worst is over. The worst is over.
And he takes.
Takes it. Okay, so queen c3.
Yeah, king f2, and luckily after queen d2 check we can play bishop e2. And it's fine. Gukesh cannot believe.
Well, after the opening, he did not have such an optimal position, but later on he did have a winning opportunity. Very stressful game.
Yeah, he cannot take the pawn because then queen f8, queen c5 wins the bishop. So
But Gukesh is running out of time.
gives a check.
Well,
Now already white could also play the king somewhere else because there's queen f8, queen c5.
Yeah, this is what Fedosiev is thinking about.
but there is no reason to play, is it?
Well, he's trying to somehow create some chances still, but it is hard to imagine.
It is Vladimir. Yeah, he'll do something fancy.
Is he going to go?
Well, he's calculating if you play king e1.
And goes for it. What a decision.
You could see it in his eyes, yeah, that he's calculating all these crazy lines that, okay, I will go for it.
What a decision. He wants to win so desperately.
But the queen endgame is not really having any chances here for white. The black pawn is further up than the white pawn anyway.
Exactly. No, he's still motivated to.
Yes,
to
but
put
you can
pressure.
also lose this game with white.
Yes, you can.
It's not, nobody guaranteed
should have
you
not gone for it.
a win or a draw, nothing else, right? And black's pawn is ahead.
He gives all the checks. But the good news is that after queen b2 check, if you trade the queens, then I'm still in time, yeah? So queen b2 check is working. Okay, he's gonna push h4. Ah, be careful. King g4, queen c4 check. It doesn't...
It's a draw.
Yes, but still, it's kind of a hard attack for a second. But yeah, he doesn't want it. King h2.
What a fighting spirit.
And of course, yeah, both players are brilliant fighters. And if the game ends in a draw, then the thriller goes on. Yeah, then everything will be decided in the very last round.
Are both players play for a win?
Both players are trying, yes,
Of
sure.
course, yeah.
How to play for both players? I have a draw in my pocket, but just in case if you make a mistake, I'm going to be winning and take my opportunity.
I want to continue, yes?
King c5.
But okay, actually now it's the time, I think, that to settle in for a draw, because after king c5 also white starts queen f2 check, and the white's pawn is also already on h4, so any queen trade is a draw.
What a look it was.
Yes. Yes. What do you want, my friend? Yeah? Are you trying to win? Yes, king g2.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Okay. All right.
And both, I mean, at least Vladimir is smiling, and Gukesh cannot believe, what? This was not checkmate?
He keeps his chances alive, Fedoseev. And we should go over to the Abdusattorov game, which is also critical for the standings or for the fight.
Look how funny game it is if we can switch.
Yes, we're going to switch any moment to the Abdusattorov game, which is actually also about to end in a draw.
It's a draw, exactly.
There we go. We just see the handshake. A draw, which is good for Abdusattorov, also given that he was worse, I believe, most of the game. But he's not safe yet. The final round will decide everything. Do we have any more games running? I don't think so, actually. No. No, that's it. The 8th round is over. Carlsen beats Aronian. Nakamura beats Keymer, and the other games are drawn. Also, Sindarov Caruana was a draw. Here we have the standings. Judith.
Exactly. So Sindarov keeps his point lead. Made a draw, 6.5. Caruana 5.5 together with Firouzja. Firouzja just made a draw. We've seen Magnus 4.5, which means that he won, right?
Yes.
He won against Aronian. Ooh, what a tournament for Aronian. Magnus is 4.5 together with Nakamura. Keymer 3.5 together with Gukesh.
Exactly, and look at this. Yeah, Keymer and Gukesh on 3.5, Abdusattorov on 3, and Fedoseev 2.5 in striking distance. If Fedoseev wins the last game, then he might catch Vincent and Gukesh if they lose their game, and Abdusattorov can also still score, for example, a draw. Then it's a 4-way tie. We have to see the pairings as well, if we can, of the next round.
Yeah, there is still chances for Fedoseev. Of course, it's a lot of pain for him that he could not convert his advantage. At the same time, he can be very happy that he didn't lose his game, and he's still in business. He still has a chance. If he wins, he can still fight for qualification, which obviously is a huge difference if you can qualify to the quarterfinals and move on and play the long-term control. Starting tomorrow. So this is something very exciting, and we're leading up to the last round. What do you think, Peter, so far? What were your expectations of today?
Well, what I was kind of expecting, knowing the tremendous experience of both Magnus and Hikaru, yeah, that they have been in such situations where their backs were pushed against the wall and they delivered. Yeah, we have seen that both Magnus and Hikaru are now in safe spot with +1. Yeah, they can chill. And suddenly, as expected, there is so much tension for the 8th place. Fedoseev is fighting like a lion. Yeah, he won against Levon. Now he played this crazy game against Gukesh. I don't think that anyone there like Vincent and Gukesh or Abdusattorov can feel safe.
Well, let's go to see the highlights of the last round. I'm sure it's going to be exciting seeing the faces. Yeah, the action is continuing. This was round 8, and we are leading up to the next round, the final round of the qualification. But before that, I want to ask you, please, Nicholas, what can you show us which we were missed out during all the analysis before?
It is impossible to keep an eye on all the games. We usually focus on one, so we're missing out on a lot of the action. We can take a look maybe at the game between Magnus Carlsen and Levon Aronian. Carlsen scoring another win today, looking much better than yesterday. He has not lost a game yet. He drew one and won 2 of his games. So let's have a brief look at this one against Aronian. G3, C6, F4, F5, E4, playing in the center. Queen is not developed immediately. Knight to C3, interesting. White could have taken on E4 right away. And the computer tells us Knight C3 was maybe not the best choice. But it seems that Aronian did not capitalize on a mistake. Apparently Bishop C4 was the way to go. Let's see the game. G6 takes on E4, Bishop B6, Bishop to G4, Knight D6, Queen back to E2, trade on G1, and Queen D4. Queen is activated, hitting the rook on G1. This all is very sensible. Now A5, very interesting play here by Aronian, trying to gain space on the queen side. Knight B3, Queen B4. And it feels like here maybe it slowly went badly, making a lot of queen moves. And now he took on B3. This makes sense. Queen takes B3, winning a pawn, but the king is far behind in development. The knight is still on its original square. Now Knight A6, D5. Carlsen really going for the initiative here, opening up the position. And now castle was a huge mistake by Aronian. Oh no. Oh, he should have played C5 here, and white is maybe a bit better, but nothing serious. After castle, did he forget that either the queen is hitting the knight or the bishop is pinning the pawn? I'm not sure. He cannot take back this pawn. He cannot take back because it would drop the knight on A6.
But look at this, he had only 14 seconds. Yeah, maybe that explains. Yeah,
this is what happened.
Yeah, he blundered. Yeah.
He just gave away
the
piece.
nerves. Yeah.
I mean, here it's already lost, one has to say, but yeah, it seems he just blundered this piece, and now, of course, he's just a piece down. Yeah, just not his day, not his tournament for Aronian, unfortunately. So another loss for him, another win for Magnus, who is for sure already qualified. And we have the final round awaiting us, Judith.
Well, thank you. We are just about to see and witness the drawing for the last round, for the last game of the qualification, which we were witnessing starting yesterday. And today we've seen 3 games already, and the final game will be just about to start in about 10-15 minutes. But first, the players have to be familiar with the new drawing of the new position. I want to ask you, Peter, until that we get the picture for that what do you think in the final round between Alireza and Sindarov? What a 19-year-old young man like this, is he going to come out with all in and he says, I want to tear apart Alireza just for the fun of it, or he's just happy and goes on and thinks about tomorrow?
Well, I think he will just continue what he has done so far. Yeah, play chess, enjoy. Yeah, we see all these smiles on his face. He's just so happy to be here playing freestyle chess. But we are also seeing that the drawing of lots is about to take place.
Here behind me, so unfortunately one player is eliminated already, but places 6 to 9 are all still in the running. So if you are not sure after your games whether you have to play a tiebreak, remember everyone who is tied for 8th place will be playing a playoff. So don't go away, please, if you're a player and you're not sure if you have to play a playoff or not. As for the draw for tomorrow, that will be done tonight at dinner before dessert. So for now, it's time to call on the stage the last guest of the day. Please welcome Anna Kremling.
$931.
Thank you very much, Anna. You can leave the ball over there. Thank you so much. This is the last position. The players will have 10 minutes now. To the players, good luck, and to the spectators, enjoy.
As we see, the last game got to be drawn, and the position number 931 will be played. And now probably the players already gathering together, the players of white color and also the players who play with the black color, because this is the routine they have. Before every game, they have 10 minutes to spend time together, have fun and enjoy, as we see all the time that they do enjoy quite a bit, to brainstorm together what are the best strategies of the exact new position they just got. So they have 10 minutes to get familiar. The position is very funny to me, as white castled long side already. So the king is safe, no question, nothing to deal about that in this game. So maybe it's even the first time out of the 9 games that we see the king on c1. And what do you think, Peter, at first sight?
Well, it's a very special position because, yeah, it does feel like white has already castled long, but at the same time, this rook on b1 is a strange little piece that, is it already happy there? Or do you have to think about it in long run? The 2 bishops both in the corner, yeah, they are already fianchettoed, so it will be natural to play some g4, b3, b4 kind of moves, but okay, doing b4 with the king on c1 also feels a little bit tricky. I feel that this is quite a tough position to play exactly for this king's position, that you don't know exactly what should you do, what should you prioritize, what are your feelings?
But you can go, for example, away from e1 with the knight, then you go rook e1, and then you bring your rook from b1 to d1, right?
Yeah, for example, I'm kind of tempted, if you ask me for first move, maybe to go d4, then get the knight to d3, yeah, just to get a harmonious position. The other knight can go to f3, protecting the d4 pawn. If, for example, you open up the long diagonal with g6, hitting the d4 pawn, and then, as you highlighted, rook e1 and then long castles would be a very harmonious way. Yeah, and then the queen on f1 is also already nicely placed. I love to be white here.
I think it's also nice to see both bishops are in the corner, h1 and a1, so they are kind of ready for a fight. So, for example, if black can play b6, then white cannot move the bishop with the pawn from g2. And what do you think, Nicholas, about this position? What's your first thoughts?
I agree with Peter that it is tricky because you have your king on c1, but you also want to involve, of course, the bishop on a1. So you need to probably play b3 or b4 at some point, but also this would open up the king a little bit. And I see the players are discussing e4 right now, occupying the center. And I had a little bit of a peek. e4 is actually a move that gives a little bit of an advantage already to black. And this just shows again and again how difficult freestyle chess is, that such a natural move occupying the center is not ideal because black can try to attack the center immediately, going b6, maybe going g5, opening up the bishops, and black is doing quite all right. So maybe g4 makes a lot of sense, claiming space on the king side and also opening up the bishop. So let's see what conclusions they are drawing now. What would be your preferred choice here for the first move, Peter?
Well, I would like to ask your opinion about d4, yeah, because I mentioned d4, knight d3 being kind of a natural move to me.
Yeah, d4 is possible, but not the computer's first choice also. In fact, he even wants to respond with b5. I would be quite careful opening up the king in this manner, but apparently claiming some space there is worth it. So yeah, e4 or d4, not the computer's top choices. He wants to see g4, b3, maybe e3, but g4 seems to be the top move in fact.
But it's interesting, yeah, that it's also Magnus's favorite move. Nevertheless, or he is 19 black, yeah, Magnus will be black. That it's funny that they are not analyzing g4, yeah, because Magnus from the white side probably would go for g4. By the way, what are the pairings? I do see Fabiano Caruana against Vincent Keymer. So it's a tough game for Vincent. We know that if he loses and Fedoseev wins, but Fedoseev is black against Nakamura. So we have already seen that Nakamura is in top shape now, just as we expected, yeah, that yesterday was a warm-up day. I even felt like at the breakfast to go to Hikaru and to tell him that I feel that he's on the right track. But then I realized that he will still play against Vincent, and not that he thinks that I'm trying to put him some extra pressure on whatever I didn't go to him finally. I was already hesitating. I was about to get to him, but I said, no, okay. But I'm very happy for him, because seeing Hikaru in his best shape, that's all what we want to see.
Yeah.
Interesting things what they're looking at.
Yeah, I think the relevant pairings for the last round are Aronian against Abdusattorov, Gukesh against Carlsen, so the world champion against the #1, of course, a very interesting matchup, and then Nakamura against Fedoseev. I believe the other two games, Caruana against Keymer and Firouzja against Sindarov, they're also relevant because according to the ranking, to final ranking, players can pick their opponent, but first of all, of course, we want to focus on who will make it to the knockout stage. So we can focus on the three games I mentioned first. Which one of those should we focus on, guys?
Well, it would be very difficult to miss out on Gukesh against Magnus, I guess, yeah, the current world champion. Gukesh against the world #1. Magnus Carlsen, look at this, what a focus. Yeah, Gukesh knows that this is such an important game. It's not only about qualification, but it's the first time he faces Magnus as a world champion. I'm pretty sure that he feels the significance of this moment.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think both of them await this game of the tournament, that they are ready to fight. They want to fight it out, even though right now in the last round of this qualification phase of the Grand Slam, it's not so important from the tournament point of view. Of course, for Magnus, it's not important anymore. But for Gukesh, it is very important still, just to make sure that he qualifies also. But the psychological part, that you play against the #1, I want to show it that I'm world champion, not by chance. I can keep up. I can make a good fight. I want to beat you. That's very important, just small details in your career. And we see the other side.
Well, Hikaru seems to enjoy looking from the side because he keeps on winning the game, so I don't think we're going to see him change his positioning. He will be looking from the side. It brought him luck. I think chess players are kind of superstitious, even if they don't kind of tell you that they are, because everybody believes in his own strengths, but at the same time, some small little details, if they work in your favor, then you don't want to change them.
That's true. What do you think, how tired are the players after yesterday playing 5 games and today it's already their 4th game?
Well, I think from Hikaru's perspective, we know exactly that he's used to playing a lot of games. Yeah, so all these speed chess championships, when you have to play on for hours, it's absolutely no problem for him. I think he has fantastic stamina. I also believe that he's getting stronger and stronger, so probably he starts to really enjoy the event. for the other players who are now, for example, for Vincent, when it's so crucial that yes, do I qualify or not, then the tiredness, everything comes because you feel the tension.
Yeah, of course, you have. I know myself, of course, when you play a 6-hour game, 7-hour game, you can be, you're sweating, you're fighting, you're there, and of course, when the game finishes, if you win the game, you're tired, but you're somehow hyped up, and you're happy, and you go to eat, and you're whatever. If you lose the same game, you're tired, not necessarily because of those 6 hours, but generally because you lost the game, and then it was such a long day. So yeah, there is a lot to be dependent on the result, of course. So, but I think the players are kind of happy that it's the last game already, and then tomorrow they go the last hugs.
The secret weapon of Hikaru, yeah?
Before the game.
Very nice picture.
Yeah, definitely having the support of his wife there is helpful for him. He is already qualified, but there's still also the question for the final ranking, which will be interesting because Carlsen and Nakamura, they are in 4th and 5th place, so it could be that nobody picks Nakamura or Carlsen, yes, and then they end up playing themselves, playing each other in the quarterfinals. But until we get there, we have definitely more drama. In the final round, we have the bird's eye view, and
we have some move already. E4 played by Levon.
No, this is, I think, wrong.
No,
it was already
wrong,
on the board before it happened. I don't know. I hope they reset that. Now they start.
Yes, handshake.
G4 by Hikaru.
Okay.
Best move.
Yes.
Fabiano G4.
Also Alireza G4 and Gukesh F4. Yeah, Gukesh was not participating, I believe, in all these discussions, so he had his own ideas, and he goes F4, surprises Magnus. Magnus is looking at, wait a second, I haven't looked at this move. I didn't think that this is so critical. And he goes B6, immediately using the fact that white has not yet opened up the diagonal, but clearly white will play knight G1 to F3 and then get G3 going. And it's like some Leningrad Dutch. Yeah? I feel like
B3.
B3 first, yeah. Okay, the same medicine, yeah. So Gukesh says, you know what? You think that this was so important to be first to stop me from playing G3, then I'm going to do the same to you.
It's interesting what F4 will have to do in the strategy. If really just the point is to control the knight H6? Knight
H6.
Wow.
Showing a lot of confidence, yeah? I mean, playing knight H6 so quickly.
But the reason is, I think, because he wants to go G6,
yes,
and simply exchange the long diagonal bishop.
It's the best move.
Knight H6.
Yes.
Magnus, yeah?
Magnus.
Magnus is Magnus, yeah? Back to Magnus mode.
So let's remind ourselves, Gukesh and Keymer have 3.5 points.
Exactly.
Then we have
Nodirbek at 3.
Nodirbek at 3, and then we have Fedoseev at 2.5. And because none of the players are actually playing each other, even if Fedoseev wins and the others win as well, he would be still out. So they all have it in their own hands except for Fedoseev, who needs some help.
Yeah, he needs to. Yeah, he needs at least a draw to be able to tie against Nodirbek if he loses. But yeah, there are many ifs and so on. You better just focus on your game, try to make the most out of it. And yeah, Magnus follows up the strategy that we talked about, G6, the bishops are trained on H8. And probably Magnus is happy. Okay, G3 played. For example, for Gukesh, then, okay, he has 3 and he knows that basically a draw guarantees qualification, right? Yeah, just one draw and he's with the white pieces. On the other hand, he knows exactly that against Magnus you cannot play for a draw because then you will be beaten. So he has to just focus on the game.
Well, so far it's pretty solid. The simplification was started with the bishops, and I think it can easily follow up with the other pair of bishops.
Yes.
White will play in the next move, moving away to E5 or G5 with his knight. But let's see how Magnus is, what is he up to? What is he going to do? Knight f5 or bringing out his other knight to f6 or d6?
Yeah, because if you place the knight on f6, then maybe some d3, e4 ideas.
But
could...
knight d5.
And going to c3. Oops. And that's
too many rooks over there.
Yes, yes.
And winning, too many black square weaknesses.
Winning on the spot, let me even highlight this. Yeah, that knight f6, I wanted to punish it with d3, for if I get to e4, that's fantastic. But yeah, knight d5, knight c3 wins the game, probably on the spot. Be careful. Everyone has to be careful.
Well, probably c5. Wow, he wants to bring his knight to c7 and possibly through b5 to a3 or something like that.
Also fighting for the center, yeah, occupying space.
Yeah. Also weakening the king.
Okay, but are there any pieces there which can target black's king?
Not yet.
Yes. Yeah, I feel like knight e5 is the professional move. Yeah, let's just follow your instructions, Judith. Yeah, I think you were mentioning that it's kind of very natural.
Actually, there could be a blunder for black. If knight e5, bishop h1, queen h1, f6, then knight c6. Ah, no, because
no, there is knight c7.
Takes a knight
yes,
c7,
yes.
Sorry.
That's a cute idea.
But
you would need to play knight f6 here or something like this.
Yeah,
yes.
Just to show knight f6, what a blunder.
Yeah. Okay, first I showed this because it was also beautiful, but unfortunately it does not work due to knight c7. So in order to make this work, we need a cooperation. For example, knight d6 protecting the f7 pawn also runs into knight c6, lovely trick. Judith, I think you should be playing freestyle. I'm missing you. I'm missing you in action. Lovely.
Only if it's help chess. E3. Very solid. But okay, it makes quite a lot of sense, opening up the road for the queen from f1 to a6.
Yeah, watch out for that check.
Knight c7. Or I would be surprised if there would be another move coming up next. And it's there.
Knight c7, prophylactic, making sure no knight c6 trick will ever work.
So now what do you think? Which queen is better placed, f1 or h8, if we compare it?
Well, maybe I will have a queen on h1 myself, yeah? And then then we equal things out. But for me also a big question that Magnus, yeah, what is his kind of strategy? Does he want to play short castle, for example, which means when we are talking about short castle, kingside castling, the king from c8 going all the way to g8? Yeah, that's the idea. Or the other idea that you mentioned right from the beginning, that maybe the rook sidesteps from d8 and frees the way for the rook from b8 to jump over, and then we can call it the so-called long castle.
But this question goes exactly the same for Gukesh.
Yes.
Is he ready to keep his king on c1, or he's going to be playing queen h3 or queen e2 and then castle kingside?
But again, we got a knight to d3. You know how I hate this.
You don't like.
With the pawn on d2. Also in
I feel the same. I feel the same. Yes.
Also in classical chess, whenever someone plays the Job of London or whatever, d4, d5, knight c3, I just feel that this is totally awkward. No, don't place your knight in front of your pawns. Yeah, we have classical education.
We need to go over to the Nakamura-Firouzja game, because Nakamura is already winning, and if he wins, then all the other results don't matter. Firouzja only has a chance if he at least scores half a point. So this is, of course, a very crucial game. And Nakamura is, at this point, it's +3. So the position is as such as if white is already up a piece. Let's just take it from the top real quick and see how it all went wrong for Firouzja. Maybe already in the first move. Yeah, the first move is already in inaccuracy, getting the queen out early, but giving white tempo in the process, hitting the queen f4, g5, now knight d3. So far everything was alright, but now it really went badly. G takes f4. This was a big mistake by Firouzja, and Nakamura punished it. Instead, knight d6 should be played, and black is in the game. After g takes f4, maybe he missed this move e4. Great move. The pawn is pinned, so no en passant is possible. And this knight is also pinned on the long diagonal because the bishop is undefended on h8. So Black has to move the queen. Again has to move the queen. Now e5, pushing the knight back. Knight takes f4. Now white recaptures. Black moves the queen, what feels like the 10th time already in 9 moves. And now knight gh3 was played. Knight g7. White has just a huge lead in development. The black pieces are incredibly awkward here. The queen could be in danger of being trapped. It might be all over for Fedoseev, because if he loses this game, he's definitely out. Definitely out.
Well, so far it seems a sad story, sad finish for Fedoseev if he can't recover. Of course, now it seems like Nakamura's help is needed for him, definitely. But it's very unpleasant to see the poor black pieces on the 8th and the 7th rank practically, and the lonely h2 queen, which can get in trouble very easily. For example, queen d3 seems to be a very strong move, attacking the h7. After that, the threat can be easily, bishop comes out and rook h1. So, and this is the kind of position usually Nakamura is not going to give away any hope for black. So, or at least I would be extremely surprised if he would give any chance to recover for Fedoseev in this position. But of course, e4 was the critical blunder by Fedoseev at that point.
Yeah, let me even bring it. After g takes f4, e4, there was no doubt that this is over. Yeah? Hikaru gets the initiative going. All of black's pieces are kicked back. And we see that also in freestyle chess, activating the queen too early can actually run into such punishment, very instructive.
But also the unprotected pieces can be in trouble very easily, because this was also the case in, actually there was a double pin. That was the problem for black. And yeah, it can be very tricky if you start moving around with your queen. And in this position, black played already quite a lot.
Also, during the players' meeting, there was this discussion that the organizers wanted to make sure that all the players have access to the other board's situation. So imagine the players who are fighting for qualification. If they see that Hikaru is actually about to win against Fedoseev, they will be so much more calm. They don't have to worry about themselves anymore. And everybody believes in Hikaru, I think.
At the same time, I'm not so sure that anybody is expecting at such an early stage of the game to look at the other games. Do you think they follow through the monitors?
Well, I think that because it's the last round and it's so important, and they understood exactly that this is kind of a gold for them, that Hikaru with white, now in shape, plays against Fedoseev, and Hikaru wants to carry his good form into the knockout stages. Yeah, he has no intention of slowing down just because he has qualified. So very unpleasant spot also for Fedoseev to be in, that with black he had to play for a win. He knew that probably draw is nothing and he was risking and he's getting punished. Bishop e4. Okay, the same idea actually, preparing rook h1, tapping the queen.
Just allowing black to go queen g3 at least, but still, I mean, the position is lost either way.
Does he want to collect on h7 if black plays queen g3? Is it possible that Hikaru just considers? And wait a second, there is one very funny line. So it's not only about the pawn, but you develop knight h6. I wanted to go knight g6 and threaten knight e7. No, knight d5. Can I threaten knight takes e7 checkmate? And you have no way of really protecting this? I'm just showing that, yeah, there are all kinds of craziness. It's a horrible position. I can't look at it. I mean, let Fedoseev deal. I can't suggest anything for black. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's awful.
Well, it's very, very hard to be in Fedoseev's situation, because, I mean, it's okay that he's not going to qualify. I mean, I think he can handle that, but it's so annoying that you cannot get a game.
Yes.
And this is what happens, that basically from move 6, he was already struggling and fighting for his life, for his queen, for his position. But let's see if he can somehow got some idea, rook f8, pin the queen, or...
But then I'm guessing queen f3 is the idea, yeah, against rook f8. And then rook h1 is coming.
Yeah, queen g3 is logical to somehow rescue the queen, at least.
Yeah, and it's all written on Vladimir's face. Knows that this is horror. It's horrible.
Even at some point, e6, I think, can be very annoying for black, because the pin is still there, or there again, we can say.
Yeah, queen e2 will be actually, yeah, on the board. Yeah, queen e2, just very sensible. Because actually this queen is not trapped on h2, but okay, white can play king b2 and then rook g1. Okay, millions of ideas, and black just can't move. Nicholas, can you highlight us that what do you think, what was the reason why Hikaru opted for bishop e4? Why, was there any line where he felt that this is important, or it was just one of the moves?
Yeah, let me try if I can figure it out. Bishop e4, queen d3, actually they are about the same. Mm-hmm. I like queen d3, not allowing the queen back into a game and potentially trying to trap it. But here, maybe he didn't like knight e6, something like this, but also this looks just really, really bad for black, my goodness. So I think just a matter of taste, a matter of style here. Bishop e4 was also a very good move. Queen g3, queen to e2, and now, yeah, rook g1 is coming, of course, getting this rook into a game, getting this rook into a game, and you just have this collection of pieces here on the king side. You have just no harmony whatsoever. The queen getting pushed around. I don't even know what to suggest. I don't really want to look at this position. But,
wow, just one line that came to my mind, that if black goes b6,
then, yes, let's see it.
Then bishop a8, rook e8, queen e4, you move, and then queen takes h7, wins the bishop on h8.
Oh,
just highlighting this as well.
Oh no. Yeah. This makes sense somehow, that something will drop off sooner or later. So he played e6, this was the best move. Now king b2 makes a lot of sense. And it also feels so easy for white to play, but maybe black has some hope to get some kind of stability here. Going knight e7.
Hikaru and bishop d4.
Bishop d4.
Threatening bishop takes a7.
Interesting.
And maybe some bishop f2. He's still trying to trap that. Bishop f2 is a
it's
threat.
A double threat, yes. So if black protects this pawn somehow, let's say b6, then bishop f2. Oh, the queen is, well, will be trapped.
Well, it will be trapped, yeah. You can take and then
I can take first and play rook h1 eventually. Well, not yet.
But queen e4.
Queen e4 and queen f3 and then, yeah.
And now, well, I should have played queen f3 right away, yes?
Yes, it's...
Yes, queen f3.
Simple.
And now we're going to get there.
and look at the body language, yeah? Hikaru is playing with the pawn or with his hand, what exactly? But definitely he is showing that, okay, it's game over. Yeah,
Fedoseev needs to give up the exchange. He needs to go knight f5. But maybe this is his... I mean, maybe there's still some hope somehow. Give up the exchange, hope this bishop will come alive, something like this. He goes knight h6.
He goes knight h6, yeah, he wants to sack the exchange. And
he needs to.
Yeah, then his position will be fine. The only problem is that he's material done. Yeah, it's, actually, I feel like it's not such a bad trade for him.
No, at least you get some stability, some harmony, hopefully at some point. But yeah, position remains lost here for Fedoseev too.
I would suggest that, okay, Fedoseev has enough problems. It seems like things are not going on his way. So let him play and create magic. Then we come back to that. And let's pick another game. Is there anything interesting going on in Fabiano's game or?
Well, we have the bird's eye view.
Yes.
Wow, queen f7, king on d7 is certainly very interesting. That's a crazy position. The evil bar says equal, but okay, it looks like a French, and everybody knows what I think about the French defense. I want to be always on the white side of it. So yeah, Vincent under some pressure. Alireza, do you see the position perfectly? It's, yeah, more or less I'm understanding it. Hard to evaluate. It looks better for white, but not that clear. And
Aronian seems to have
He seems to have a nice position, but he is
pawn down.
Pawn down, yes. So he has compensation for draw, but it is very important for Abdusattorov, yeah, that he needs to get at least a half point, and even if the miracle happens and Fedoseev comes out victorious from this losing position, even then he's guaranteed a tie break. But this is too far-fetched.
And what's going on between Gukesh and Magnus?
Yes, let's actually maybe get a little bit closer into that game. Wow, it's a big fight, and it resembles classical chess now with the structure and everything.
So Magnus has a pawn up. At the same time, things became tricky. White castled short. That was the
White
decision.
has a good structure.
Yeah, knight will come up, show up on f4.
Played.
Just played, yeah.
Yes. It's full compensation. Maybe only enough to maintain.
Well, one of the best positions clearly what Gukesh had in this tournament.
Yes, definitely.
Rook e8.
Rook f8.
So where to go with the queen? To h5, c2.
Maybe to h5, maybe to c2. Yeah, both are kind of tempting. I feel like, okay, white is risking nothing, and it's a safe position. Clock situation, okay.
Queen h5 seems to me a nicer move to be
it feels like the ambitious move, yeah. But then is black able to play some rook e5 maybe?
Yeah, rook e5 or queen e5.
Yes, one of those moves, just centralizing. That's why Gukesh is also taking his time, yeah, where to place that queen.
Okay, so queen h5, rook e5, knight d3 might be an option, and then the f5 pawn will be.
Yeah, but maybe your idea, you suggested the move queen e5, yeah, it's more natural, yeah, queen h5, queen e5. I want to fight for initiative, I want to have counterplay. And
c takes d5.
Yeah, and then something.
Queen d3.
Queen d3, okay, he put it on d3. It was such a difficult choice.
Knight d3 will be not there if rook e5, let's say.
Yes, also the big question, what happens that, can you take d takes c4, yeah? Because the reason why I'm not that happy with queen d3, I felt like it was so important that against d takes c4, I had bishop takes a8, forcing that knight to a8, yeah? Okay, Magnus goes d4. Okay, he wants to
unexpected decision, isn't it?
He wants to have a good pawn structure, but the knight goes back to a8.
But what about knight d5? Shows up.
Wow, okay, he thinks that if I'm going to go knight c7, I will control the d5 square, and I have always play on the e file. Yeah, Magnus should be fine. Black is fine. It was a scary moment with the knight on a8, but yeah, it will come back to the game. And the body language, what do we read from it? Okay, I think Magnus is kind of satisfied. Queen takes d7. To me, it seems like Gukesh also knows that draw is a good result for him. Yeah, if he makes a draw, no matter what happens in any of the other games, he's guaranteed qualification. So it's a practical choice. Takes knight d5. Threatening with the fork on f6, so black has to react.
Magnus is not so happy.
He will play rook e6 or probably rook e6.
Yeah, but I would rather play it with the white side. I know, d4 passed pawn is there.
Well, he goes rook g7. Okay, he just needs knight c7. Yeah, if the knight comes back, rook e1 takes, knight c7 on the board. And white will play knight f4, knight d3. Yeah, I think this is kind of professional way of making sure that you have a lovely blockader there and you are never running any risks.
Or just exchange and go for a draw. Rook e5. or rook e5 if you want to exchange the knights.
But I'm not that.
Why rook e5? What are you?
Well, maybe some
complaining?
pawn endgame or whatever with this protected pass pawn, and I have some that I cannot win it. Yeah, but there is a chance that I can lose it. Yeah, that's my problem. No, he goes knight f4. Yeah. With knight on d3, I know that I can never lose.
Actually, he will not play knight d3. He will start coming with the king. King f2, king g2, king f3, g4, h4.
Exactly. It's slightly more pleasant for white at the moment. Okay, now he goes rook e5.
Dominating the position.
So to have rook h5. Rook e7, will he really go rook h5? Giving up the e file? Probably he will, yeah, if he already went rook e5. Nicholas, any thoughts? Are we overreacting, or you have any other news in other boards?
Yeah, I'm still checking out Nakamura game. This one that we're seeing is probably heading towards a draw. Now the rook trade is offered. We can just have a brief look here. Rook e7 was just played, and yeah, the rooks can be traded, or rook h5 is also possible. It is equal. I mean, there are of course still chances for both sides for a decisive result, but I think the draw is a big favorite. So I've been keeping eyes on the Hikaru game. If we just jump over there briefly, this is the current position. Nakamura is up in exchange. He is close to winning. I guess some saving chances for Fedoseev, but even if he gets a draw, it would only help him if Abdusattorov loses, which does not seem to be the case right now. So it seems to be that Fedoseev will be knocked out.
Can we have a look for a second at the Levon game, just to know that what we are dealing with?
Yes, so this is the Levon game. It's very equal, it seems. In fact, Black is up a pawn, but White has enough compensation for it. But it seems hard to imagine that Aronian will win this one. Actually, it's already over.
Yes, draw. Agreed with a repetition of moves. Okay, so basically, then yes, Fedoseev needs to win this game, which is kind of impossible, being exchange done, unless Hikaru gets frustrated because he cannot win and then over pushes. Yeah, this is kind of a scenario, because by itself, Black cannot win this. Black can only lose it.
Somehow promote the f-pawn, something like this. But yeah, if Nakamura is careful, he should never lose this and potentially even win this game. And I think he has enough time on the clock, and Fedoseev will try everything he can. But if he does not win this game, he is out of the tournament.
Actually, it's clear. Look at Hikaru. Yeah, like he knows he's better, but he also knows that Fedoseev is playing for a win, right? That how do you cope with this situation? How do you react to it? It's very funny. Yeah, looking around just to know what is the situation.
And he has less time. He has less than 2 minutes, while Fedoseev is very good on time, but not so good on position.
Yeah, and Hikaru thinks like, well, maybe the easiest way to win it to just play for a draw, yeah, because it's impossible for my opponent to agree to it.
No, but well, Black's only Conte chance has is the f pass pawn.
Yeah.
And okay, it's of course very nice that Black has the bishop pair, but the problem is that there is an exchange down, material down.
And the bishop on g7 is doing nothing. Yeah, if we could somehow fly that bishop all over to g3, then there would be intrigue or something. But yeah, with the bishop on g, also this last little move c2, c3 highlighted that this bishop is kind of controlled.
But the main idea, I think, of c3 was that White wants to go knight e5. Though knight e5 was possible anyway, by the way. It could have been a move to attack on d7.
Yeah, it could have. Also, he's creating luft for his king, just in order not to run into any back rank issues.
But maybe he wants to go rook f1, or what about rook h5? So now
he's about to make a move knight e5. Yeah.
But now rook g7 is possible.
Now rook g7 is possible.
Well, of course, objectively, maybe bishop e5, bishop g2 could be a good move.
But it's out of, exactly.
Out of question. He has to keep his bishops just to give a potential opportunity for white to blunder something.
Yeah. And doesn't matter what is the objective evaluation. Both players are playing for a win. I'm pretty sure. Rook h6 looks like a natural move. Hitting the bishop.
On the board?
Yes, on the board. Yeah, often the two bishops have the potential of compensating for lack of exchange, but somehow this is not the structure. Yeah?
Well, the problem is that black will not be able to avoid some exchange of pieces.
You mean bishop g5, you can go rook g6?
Maybe rook g6.
You have the nerves, yeah? I was not sure if
yeah,
I need
I'm
to
not sure.
calculate.
Takes bishop g2.
Exactly. Do I need this?
But even then rook a5.
Yeah, rook e5 and then rook f5, yeah. That's kind of a nice motive, and this is very important because if we can trade rooks and then we can still coordinate our forces, then it should be a good deal for white. Tough choice. Tough spot for Fedoseev.
Yeah. Very difficult situation for Fedoseev still.
Yeah, bishop g5.
g5.
And rook h5 blitzed out. Okay, keeping the bishop on under check. And okay, rook g1 is a threat.
So what goes on f3?
Rook f1, simply attacking the pawn. Is that the idea? I guess so.
Maybe simply rook f1 and grabbing the pawn.
And collecting it, yeah. Very smart play by Hikaru. Yeah.
And if bishop g2 now, then rook g1, right? And f3, knight f3.
Yes, yeah, bishop g2 played. We will see this nice little tactic, I believe. Rook g1, f3, knight takes f3, and then due to the pin on the g file, white will be happy. Any trick? No, I'm looking at the engine just because it looked like rook g1 finishes the game.
Yes, and it does.
And it does, and it's on the board. No more surprises here.
Yeah, rook g1, not much of a choice for black.
And what does it mean? Hikaru wins 3 games in a row, showing his potential and showing that, yes, when it matters, I'm delivering, I'm warmed up, and I'm looking forward to the knockout stage.
Yeah, and the players will have to switch their brains because it's a completely different game when you have to finish the game in 10 minutes on your time, on your clock. And it's completely different when you play the games for hours. And it's only 1 game on the day instead of 5 or 4.
And I believe also that Fedoseev will deserve a very big applause because he has been fighting. And knight takes d7 and rook takes g2. That's it. Finished. No more pair of bishops.
No more hope.
No more hope, nothing. But the applause is still there for Fedoseev. What a performance. He was fighting after this rough start. He created chances for himself, but it's not enough. Hikaru puts an end to the journey.
Well, now probably. I would even go rook h7.
Yeah, rook h7 looked very good, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, there is not much hope left for black.
He might even take on d6 and then collect on f4.
Well, still trying to hang on. Because as we said when we were kids, to resign, it's never too late.
Yes, but okay, this is the kind of position where I feel you can easily resign.
Yeah, but it's painful.
It is painful. And Fedoseev doesn't know that we are actually waiting to upload him for his performance anyway. Because whenever you are knocked out of something, you feel like, yeah, people might think like I was not good enough or whatever, but this is absolutely not the case. It's a fantastic tournament. Somebody had to be eliminated. 2 brilliant players. Levon already is guaranteed. But they will still play this match for 9th place, which I also find kind of nice because they are fighting for 2 points and also prize money.
Yeah, because after all, it's a Grand Slam series. It's stage number 1, and during the year, there will be another 4 in great locations, great events in the future. And of course, the Grand Prix points will count. The first will collect 25, and the last one collect 1.
Yes, and the 9th place collects 2. And every single point might mean a lot because, as we knew from the players' meeting, we heard all the regulations, and yeah, Fedoseev resigns. Big win for Hikaru, and the journey ends for Fedoseev. But yeah, as I promised, I think he deserves an applause because he played brilliant chess. He won against Magnus Carlsen today. He won when it mattered, this very entertaining game against Aronian as well. But that's it. And what else do we have? Fabiano against Vincent, still on. Firouzja is winning, or did he? Yeah, he already finished. He won his game, I think, against Sindarov.
And Carlsen's winning too.
And Carlsen winning. So where we gonna jump right in?
I think it's the last moments and Gukesh Carlsen.
Yeah, let's see the body language. Yeah, this is so important.
Wow.
The end game. Yeah, don't get into an end game against Magnus.
King d4. Oh, yeah.
Yes. King d4, and that hurts. Knight d2
what
check.
A frustrating position.
And the resignation. Magnus Carlsen also finishing very strongly today. 3 wins. The same basically, yeah, with Hikaru. Yeah, they are showing power performance. That, you know, here we are coming. The knockout is coming, the quarterfinal, and we are ready.
And it feels maybe a bit the curse of the world champion, because last year, Ding, he did not win a single game. He had a really terrible performance in the round robin. But also this year, Gukesh did not win a single game in the round robin out of 9 games. But the good news is for him, he has chances to do it better. He does qualify for the knockout stage, and that will be more his time format. He is, after all, also the world champion in classical chess, so we will see more of him.
And look at this. This is complete craziness, complete chaos in Fabiano Caruana, Vincent Keymer. Vincent down to 10 seconds. How do you handle these f6, e7 pawns? But the knight on f7 is a great blockader. Well, and black has g3 pawn as well.
Now white should go knight f8 and back, but black could play knight d6 instead of king d7.
Yes.
But it's a great move to collect extra 10 seconds. And again, an extra 10 seconds.
Yeah, Fabi also down to 10 seconds. He takes on c7. Rook h8.
Why not knight d6?
e8.
Ah, because e8 and f7. Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Dramatic. Now, who is better and why? Please try to figure it out. g2 played. Bishop
knight
d4.
e5, knight f3. He could have done.
King takes e8. According to computer, it's all equal. At least the evil bar says equal. If you ask a human, okay, I need a couple of minutes at least to understand what's happening. a5 breaking immediately. Very unpleasant move in time table for black to be faced with such questions.
Only move for white to stay in the game, actually.
Wow.
Great find with a little time on the clock by Caruana. Black should take this pawn.
Yeah,
what a mess.
Yeah, it was also my kind of question. Yeah, what happens after ba5? As a commentator, it's very nice to ask this question. as a player with ticking clock.
18 seconds?
Yes, crazy.
Was it possible instead of king e8 to go knight e5, knight f3? Later on we could check it.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, later we can check. Now for the moment, b8, bishop a7, a4 on the board.
It was possible, yes. It would be also equal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so Vincent pushes a4. Who runs where? Yeah, how do you deal with all these pawns?
He should have gone for knight e5, knight f3 right away, trying to pick up the piece.
Yeah, because actually after a4, yeah, bishop g1 all the way back.
There are too many passed pawns in
yeah,
this,
too many.
on this board.
Yeah, but one of them is doubled, yeah? So
Yeah,
in
but-
long run, black is handicapped.
On seconds on your clock, it's not so easy to make sure none of the passed pawns will queen.
Yes, absolutely. Fabi pushes b6.
And then the c is coming too. You go king f7, c4.
Yes, and if white gets c4, c5 in and the king walks to a4, then there are scenarios how white can win this.
But Vincent goes king d7, king c6, stops both of the passed pawns, the c and the b, and controls the f with the knight.
Yes, but if the white king has time to collect the a pawn, then the white king will also be able to march back towards the king side because nothing really moves. That's what worries me.
But now knight e4 and captures an f6.
Yeah, that's safe. Normally, when there is such a crazy game, I feel like, okay, with the draw, both players can live with. Yeah, it's if one of them loses, he will be very disappointed.
But Fabi still plays for a win.
Okay, but king b7, knight g8, knight e7, knight c6, I'm in time to set up a blockade on c6.
Or on b7, maybe as well.
Or on b7, yeah, but just want to stop and avoid any kind of king a6 business. Knight e4, so knight d6, knight b7, right? This was your idea?
Or even knight c5, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, this should be a draw. Does not seem like there's...
Fabi, you're just realizing it. Okay.
But he was
not
worse,
happy.
So...
But still, he's not happy, yeah. And draw agreed. Wow.
Was that the final game? I believe so.
It feels
That's
like
it.
That's it.
The round robin is over. Firouzja beats Sindarov. He loses his first game in the very final round. Nakamura beats Firouzja. Aronian Abdusattorov draw. Gukesh loses to Carlsen. And Caruana Keymer draw.
And then, in fact, Firouzja caught up with Sindarov, yeah? So it will be also very interesting who wins the tiebreak.
So let's see the final standings of the qualification.
Because of direct encounter, I think is the first criterion. Then Firouzja has beaten Sindarov, then he will be the first player to choose.
So we can first of all clarify that basically the two players who got eliminated in the qualification is Aronian and Fedoseyev, right? So they played an interesting tournament, but it did not work out for them this time. And then we have the other 8 players who continue the tournament, but now on it's going to be a change of time control, which is going to 90 minutes and 30 seconds per move from tomorrow on. It's a knockout system. And we are going to see these classical long games, so there will be a lot of change compared to today. And Firouzja will be the first to choose out of the second part of the players. So those will be, it seems, Nakamura, Keymer, Abdusattorov, or Gukesh.
Yes.
He will have the opportunity to choose which player he wants to play first, and also with which color he wants to play, because they're going to be playing 2 games.
Yeah, but
right?
basically now comes the catch, yeah, what Nicholas already highlighted, and I think this is very real, that nobody wants to pick Nakamura, especially after seeing what he has delivered today, which means that Alireza will pick someone, Sindarov will pick someone, Fabiano will pick someone, and then Magnus Carlsen will be facing Hikaru Nakamura in the quarterfinals. It's almost 100% guarantee, unless some very big surprise or some madness happens from any of the players, because there is just absolutely no reason to pick Hikaru.
And, well, it's kind of, even if we would have the classical way of making the pairings, it would be the same story for them, right? Because it would be 1 against 8, 2 against 7, and then Carlsen against Nakamura. So let's see the brackets. This is the new table for what we are going to see in the upcoming days.
Oh, it's already decided.
Already decided, yes. There we have it. So Firouzja picked Gukesh. Then we have Sindarov picking Abdusattorov, so Uzbek duel. Wow, what a madness.
That's surprising, isn't it?
That's very surprising, unbelievable. And then Fabiano going for Vincent, it's very logical, it's obvious. And then Magnus Carlsen against Hikaru Nakamura. What a pairing, what a quarterfinal.
I'm really surprised that Sindarov picked Abdusattorov, because that means after next round, well, it means that one Uzbek player will make it to the semifinals. Maybe this was also his thinking, but also means that one Uzbek player will definitely be eliminated from the quarterfinals and not make it to the semifinals. So, yeah, Caruana not picking Nakamura was very obvious, especially given the history recently. He'll be probably happy to face Vincent. And then we have Carlsen, Nakamura. They will both not be happy about this pairing, but because of their performance in the in the round robin, that's what they're stuck with now.
Well, absolutely. There was a very cool day today with a lot of action and the drama, of course, as it's part of the tournament. And now I think we can see the highlights of the last round, how it was unfolded. So let's see the video of it. Well, what an epic day we had. This was day 2 here in Weissenhaus, but I think I will ask you, Nicholas, can you show us, what do you think, which was the move of the day, let's say?
I think yesterday, at least from the games we saw, that was easier. I suppose my pick would be from the last round, unless you guys have some other suggestion. This early move here after G takes f4, Nakamura not taking back, which would be the obvious move to take back on f4, but seizing the initiative, going e4 when no en passant would be advisable, nor to take with the knight, and he claimed a lot of space, gained a lot of time. He took over, never looked back, and won his final game here against Fedoseev, which was also crucial for the standings, because even with a win, Fedoseev still could have had a chance to fight for the knockout stage. Was there any other move, Peter, that caught your eye, or was that the one?
Well, e4 is absolutely fine. It's very nice because it's a punishment. We talked about this. Yeah, we already know the classical rules that you shouldn't be prematurely activating your queen, and even in freestyle chess you get punished for it, as Hikaru has highlighted. A wonderful move, e2, e4, and after that, basically there was no doubt of the result in this game.
And Nakamura with a very strong finish here. He did not win a single game yesterday. He lost to Magnus and then he had 4 draws. And today he did not lose a single game. He drew twice. And no, he drew once and then he won 3 games.
But do you remember that first game was against Sindarov, that very shaky game where Sindarov should have pushed to deliver a blow to Hikaru. After he survived that scare, he started playing like Hikaru is capable of.
Yes.
And then it was a Hikaru show.
Absolutely. And now we are joined. Yes? Yes. Thank you.
We are joined by the champion.
Yes.
Congratulations to Alireza.
Congratulations.
Yeah, please take a stand here. You won the round robin with a very powerful performance, winning the direct encounter against Sindarov in the very last game. What do you think was the secret of your success? Maybe you could stand a little bit more. The camera's there. Yes, perfect.
I mean, I had many winning positions, so I messed a lot up. Like against Magnus, I was piece up. I didn't win.
Right.
Yeah, against Abdusattorov also, I got very good chances at the end. So the whole tournament, I missed my chances. So.
And still, you made 6.5 out of out of 9.
I think so, yeah.
Or even more?
Yes, out of 9, 6.5, yes.
Okay.
So yeah, I think I should have gotten more points, I think, but yeah, it's enough, I guess.
Maybe we can take a brief look at the final game that you won against Sindarov. What do you feel like was the critical moment in this game? Maybe you could step a little bit more to the side so we can the viewers can see the screen.
And by the way, also curious about your first move, G4, yeah? Because how did you come up with this idea? What were the discussions?
Yeah, well, first me, Hikaru and Fabiano were checking E4, but then...
Sorry, the microphone just needs to be fixed a little bit. It needs to be turned on. Okay, that's
important.
That is important, yes, okay.
E4 first we thought, but then B6 we were thinking, so...
Yes, absolutely.
And then we came up with G4, F4, and then it felt good, so...
G4 is the best move in the position,
so
indeed, yeah.
It made sense to get space in the king side.
Yes.
Yeah, we understood the ideas, like to go G5 and get the E5 square. So it was very important.
And this is exactly what happened pretty much.
Yeah.
You went G5 and you got this square.
Yeah.
So what do you feel like was a critical moment here in this game?
I think it's very sharp here. It could go really wrong for me, but I wanted to win, so...
Okay. You want to be able to gain first place and be the first one to pick, yes?
Yeah, and not finish fourth. So.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah,
not like last year where you played then against Magnus in the end, right? Yes.
95, 97.
B4, knight f5, so this seems to be
here
about
we played
equal.
a lot of random moves until very important.
Yes.
Like after...
Which move?
Queen takes d4, queen e8, queen b4, c4. I don't know if d4 is... Yeah, d4 is very good move. Takes, and he should have played takes.
This is maybe the critical moment. He took on e5. This seems to be a mistake. Knight d6. You want to go d3 or...
Yeah, I wanted to go d3.
Now takes. Knight
b7.
b7. Whoa. Knight is going to c5, and if bishop takes d4, then there's pressure on the
really bad.
d3 pawn. And if this pawn falls, then a lot of problems
arise. And if
arise.
knight d6, rook e1 doesn't work.
If knight d6, then rook
e1, rook b1.
Yes.
Takes.
It's same issue. Yeah.
Yeah, but a bit better version for me.
Bit better. But still, black gets a lot of play along the d file, probably, yeah?
Rook d8, queen c3, what's the point? And just knight c5, wow.
Yeah, just play this position with some counterplay in that
c5.
It's
very good.
Because white doesn't really have any play on the king side.
No, he missed my move c5. He had some kind of similar ideas, but he missed the move c5.
C5, very strong move here.
And then here, it's just really bad.
D3, okay, now it's just this knight is just absolutely horrible.
I cannot mess this up.
This is just no perspective at all for black anymore. Just such a sad position. Okay, so big important win for you. Was it immediately obvious for you to pick Gukesh as your opponent for the quarterfinals?
I didn't pick anyone yet.
Oh, okay.
You didn't pick anything?
No.
Oh, wow, because we were already...
We
pick at the dinner, I think.
Oh, you pick at the dinner. Well, that's important to know. We already saw a graphic and everybody picked...
And it made sense, yeah? It made sense, yes.
Okay, it's not clear yet. Do you want to share your thoughts? I mean, you don't have to say who you want to pick yet. It's up to you.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's strong, so I have to see the list. I really don't know who I pick, but I think there are few options that is not... I will not take them, so this is clear.
So there's Nakamura, Carlsen, Abdusattorov, and Gukesh.
And Vincent, yeah.
And Vincent? No, wait.
No, you said...
not Carlsen, not Carlsen.
Yes. Yeah, so Hikaru, Vincent... Gukesh and Abdusattorov.
Yes, those are the options.
Yeah. I'll reveal one big secret that I'll not pick Magnus.
You thought so. That was already, you had that last year already. That was enough. Yes. Okay. Any questions?
Yeah, I'd just like to ask you, what do you think about this system that you can pick and choose your opponent for the next stage?
Yeah, in the technical meeting we had this discussion. It was, I think, originally like first place 8, but I think first place should gain some advantage, because if suddenly 8th place will be Magnus or something, it's very unfortunate for first place. So I think it's a very good idea.
And what do you think about the fact that you will be also able to choose the color in the first game?
Yeah, I think this is not such a big advantage, but it's good to have the option, but I don't think it makes sense. Makes so much difference.
And what about the fact, what would happen if you would have to choose immediately right after the event? Or is it like now after the finish? Or now you have several hours to think over, to look at their games, to follow and really think it over who you want to choose to play?
No, I mean, it's especially in 960, we don't need to prepare, so I don't need to choose so fast. So I think it makes sense. I have now maybe 1 hour, 2 hours to think. It makes sense, I think.
But does it make sense for you also to look at their games, that how did they play, or you just rely on your feeling that you had?
I think I will rely on my feeling, I think, and who I'm more comfortable with.
Yes.
Can you tell me what is the most challenging in freestyle chess for you?
I think most challenging is to maybe like the pawn structures is very important. Like to have the pawn structures like not mess them up. Like many times you think dynamically, but you forget about the structures. So you think about move by move tactics, but then you forget about the basics. So I think it's important to keep that in mind.
And is freestyle chess is more tactical or more positional than regular chess?
I think it depends, but mostly for sure it's more tactical because we don't know so much. So a lot of tactics could happen. I think for now it's more tactical. Maybe as time goes by, it will be more positional.
Thanks very much.
Well, I have one question because yesterday at dinner I talked to Fabi and he revealed me a secret. I don't know if you know that exactly the position that you had against him, he had in the morning with his second. They had a blitz game, so he was prepared. So basically the only game that you lost in the tournament was when you got caught by opponent's preparation.
He told me, it's unfortunate. I mean, same I had with him in World British Championship in New York. I have played some very rare lines, Sveshnikov. It's completely lost, but he has to know. And in the morning of that day, I think he played with Wesley Blitz, the same opening. So he has this luck against me always. So.
Yeah, just really bad luck for you. We noticed that in the beginning, I think you analyzed, so you always had these 10 minutes to prepare for the game. I think in the beginning you analyzed by yourself, also at the board, and today I think we saw you always analyzing with the players. Did you change your strategy a little bit, or?
No, I just cared less because I was already more qualified.
Okay, so you relaxed.
I wanted to socialize.
Socialize.
Yes.
And did you feel like this helped you or not helped you, or did it make any difference for you?
I think our analysis are really bad level. Like most of the times with black, we don't get into conclusion events, what we do. So
10 minutes is not enough time.
No.
Yeah. Yes. All right.
Okay, thank you very much. Congratulations for your victory and good luck for tomorrow.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, so this was quite an amazing first 2 days, and we have the champion here, Alireza, who just joined us in the studio. And, well, for closing words, Nicholas, what do you think, what we have witnessed today?
I think this was just the warm-up for the main event, the knockout stage, and I'm really looking forward to that because we will just have much more time to go into the details, go into the nuances, really go deeper into a position. Often here we didn't have the time, 10+10 rapid time control is so little time for the players, but also for the commentators to really understand what is happening. So I'm really looking forward to the quarterfinals. I'm sure we're going to have 4 amazing pairings, and you should definitely not miss out. Tomorrow we'll be back, same time, same place. Peter.
Yes, and I think it was very nice that also Alireza revealed what we have felt, that those 10 minutes the players are very creative, they are coming up with crazy ideas, but no conclusions. And we talked about this, that I think when the players are leaving to the game, then they think like, okay, should I forget everything that we discussed and think from scratch? And I believe that in classical time control, they will have the chance. That you shouldn't rely on this 10 minutes discussion with other players. We see also all these discussions, they have tremendous joy, excitement, exchanging ideas. This is interesting, that is interesting, like small children. It's so fascinating to see this. But in classical chess, when it's all about all the nuances to be precise, and we have witnessed this from Magnus Carlsen last year, that he's really taking his time for the first couple of moves to get the fundament, like Alireza revealed this big secret, like the pawn structure, yeah? We haven't been talking about this. It's basically super class kind of vision to understand that, yes, there are all these crazy tactics at the beginning that you have to pay attention, but after the fundament of the game, yeah, the pawn structure is so important. Thank you, Alireza, not only for your fantastic performance, but also revealing all these insights. And thank you, and we will be waiting for you. And Judith, please share your feelings.
Well, I think this day was quite different from yesterday, because yesterday it was kind of a warm-up. It was clear who are the favorites, who are in good form. At the same time, big shots like world number 1 and 2, Magnus and Nakamura, was the two player who just on the second day they said, no way, we are not those guys who get eliminated in such an event. We are just belong there. So they made their work of today, and they are right there. We have to say goodbye to two players, Fedoseev, who made an incredible fight, incredible journey through his online qualification, and Aronian, who is an amazing player. It was not his day today nor yesterday. So those two players will be around here enjoying, but already as spectators, but the rest of the field will be continuing from tomorrow in a very different form, in a knockout form, but also they will have much more time to think at the board, which will give us also much more time to discover the position. And I'm so pleased to have Peter here and Nicholas here, and I hope our audience enjoyed it just as much as we did, because it's a great discovery for me and for us, the freestyle. And I think now it's time for us to say goodbye from you. From Weissenhaus, it's the Grand Slam first leg over here, and from tomorrow, the same time, 1 CET, we are right here. The next round starts, it's a knockout, and a new show, a new format with the same people. Thanks for joining us, see you tomorrow.